Listen. There were two of them in rapid succession, a pair of power earthquakes devastating parts of Venezuela, including the capital, Caracas.
It was like a scene from a horror movie.
A quake survivor heard there through a translator, and the BBC's Will Grant is in the region.
The Interior Minister, Diosdado Cabello, has been on state television and said that there are collapsed buildings in Caracas. So we're trying to find out exactly how many and whether or not people are trapped inside. Of course, we've seen images of emergency services on the scene there. The tremors were felt as far away as the Colombian capital, Bogotá, and it does seem that many thousands of residents of the Venezuelan capital, Caracas, remain outside their homes.
A 7.2 magnitude trembler followed by a 7.5, then numerous aftershocks, at least 32 people dead, hundreds injured, as the search for victims gets underway, and President Trump says the U.S. stands ready to help. And there have been earthquakes elsewhere, 5.6 magnitude, rattling Northern California. Then there's this one.
A preliminary 6.9 magnitude earthquake struck off Japan's northern coast at an estimated depth of 30 miles. Several strong earthquakes have been repeatedly reported in the same area of Japan in recent months. Japanese authorities say this time there is no danger of a tsunami. I'm Lisa Dwyer.
The World Cup's been a real eye-opener for a lot of young Europeans visiting America for the first time. They've flooded social media, raving about how wonderful the country and its people are. So accommodating, so friendly, so different from the way America is often portrayed in the media abroad. On Wall Street this morning, stock futures pointing to a higher open later on. The Dow futures are up 57 points. NASDAQ futures 633 points higher. It's a gain of more than 2%. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Health insurance rates are surging in America, leaving millions without affordable options. If you're sick of having paychecks eaten up by healthcare costs or dealing with mega corporations, then listen to this. Christians don't need to waste money on a broken system. That's why I want to tell you about Christian Healthcare Ministries. It's an alternative to traditional health insurance at half the cost. With CHM, fellow believers contribute monthly to help pay each other's medical bills. There's no enrollment period, so you can join anytime. And you aren't restricted to provider networks, so you choose the doctors and hospitals you want. It's that simple. CHM is not insurance. It's a ministry that puts faith into action. Feel the difference of financial support and biblical care from fellow believers. Join CHM today by visiting chministries.org/wellness. That's chministries.org/wellness.
The Trump administration is offering loans to encourage development of 10 large nuclear reactors to help meet the needs of energy-hungry data centers.
Energy Secretary Chris Wright announced the $17.5 billion worth of loans on Tuesday. He cited what he called a tremendous interest among developers of data centers, known as hyperscalers, those who would buy the power, as well as utility and energy companies. The department said 70 utility and energy companies signed letters of intent that identified proposed sites. Nuclear currently provides about 20% of total electricity in the United States. Bob Agnew reporting.
Many of the attic apartments inside Paris's picturesque buildings proving to be a hostile environment during the current blistering European heat wave. Study finds that living under Paris roofs during heat waves increases death risk significantly. Iconic yet heat-conducting zinc rooftops magnify the problem. News and analysis, townhall.com. It's rich with history and poetry, prophecy, and timeless wisdom. A book that may soon have a place in Texas public school classrooms.
A new proposal would include Bible stories in required reading list for more than 5 million public school students in Texas. It mandates the readings from the New Testament and portions of the Old Testament. Texas State Board of Education likely to vote on that proposal Friday. Critics claim it violates the Constitution and favors Christianity over other religions. But supporters say Judeo-Christian traditions were fundamental in this nation's founding and should be reflected in the public school curriculum. Jason Walker reporting.
Opening the Great American State Fair, celebrating the country's 250th birthday, President Trump. The president declaring that America is back. More on these stories, townhall.com.
The Cats and Cosby Show.
It's the top news of the day.
People are out there saying, the Iranians are never going to live by it. But let me tell you something. President Trump is going to bomb them again if they screw around.
Hopefully they live up to it. And if not, the pounding's coming. We're going to do it again and again and again.
The Cats and Cosby Show, weekdays 5 Eastern, 4 Central on the stations of the John Fredericks Media Network.
Trump is the toughest president we ever had.
Well, he's definitely the best bomber.
This is Crom Carmichael, CEO of Solti. We got a wonderful email from one of our customers up east named Joe, and here's what he had to say. I started taking Solti almost out of desperation with little hope because I was resigned to the futility that although I was up to taking 2 statins a day, high cholesterol was something I just had to learn to live with. In fact, when I turned 60, after taking a stress cardio test, my doctor called me on a Saturday, which of course is never a good sign, and told me that I was clogged more than 95% of the people my age. I had an angioplasty and a stent procedure done at that time. Today, my stubborn triglycerides are only 1/3 of what they had been before starting taking Solti. My prescription statin dosage has shrunk from 60 milligrams to only 10 milligrams a day. My primary care doctor that I have had for many years still can't believe the results, and neither can I. Thank you, Solti, for providing such a wonderful product. And folks, I want to invite you to take care of your heart also by going to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. Use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% discount on your initial shipment. Thanks so much.
1775 Coffee is giving away free starter kits. Try the dark or medium roast coffee with longevity blend, an infused blend with anti-aging supplements clinically proven to reduce biological age. When you purchase the first 2 bags, you'll receive a free 1775 starter kit, including a third 16-ounce bag of coffee, a matte black tumbler, a frother, a gold scoop, or a reusable K-cup filter. Just order now at 1775coffee.com/Godzilla and claim your free 1775 starter kit while supplies last.
More and more Americans are listening to Wendy Bell.
So J.D. Vance was all over the media circuit. Harry Enton, look, the likelihood of him being the GOP nominee today versus January. Listen.
But now Marco Rubio is more popular than J.D. Vance is among Republicans.
He was over on The View. He was on The Five. He's on with Hannity, with Gutfeld. He was on all over the place. And then why would it be that Harry would tell us that, people don't really like him?
Wendy Bell, weeknights at 6 on the John Fredericks Media Network.
When you're learning something new, experience matters. At Lifestyles Unlimited, we've spent over 30 years teaching people how real estate investing works and how to build income with a clear, step-by-step strategy. Our program is designed to help you learn what to do, why it works, and how to take action at your own pace. Join today for just $297, a 60% savings off the regular price. Text radio to 88007. That's RADIO to 88007. Presented by Lifestyles Unlimited.
In 2008, the amount of concentrated time people could spend on a task without becoming distracted was 12 seconds. 5 years later, it was only 8 seconds, 1 second less than a goldfish. If you're often distracted or have trouble recalling information, you're likely to fall behind in the demanding, fast-paced 21st century. In other words, brain performance is more critical now than ever. Boost your brain power with Healthy Cells Focus Plus Recall. Science-backed nootropics to help you sharpen focus, concentrate longer, enhance recall, improve mental speed, learn rapidly, and be more alert. It's a pill-free brain supplement made with maximum absorption ingestible gel technology, designed to feed your brain at the cellular level. Take it for a test drive. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order of Focus Plus Recall. That's healthycell.com, code GODZILLA for 20% off.
Well, happy Thursday morning, Friday Eve, listening family. This is the John Fredericks Media Network. I'm Dan Hobgood. Time for a look at weather and sports, and I know what you're thinking. Dan, aren't you supposed to be on vacation? Well, I was on vacation, and it was going really well for about an hour or so until a new driver backed into my parked car. So I'm back in town prematurely for an estimate appointment this afternoon. Let's hope my luck changes and maybe the car will be repaired in time for next week's holiday weekend. For that car inspection, We'll look at a high of 87 and mostly sunny today in Richmond, a low of 68 and partly cloudy tonight. Right now the temperature is 60 degrees. Squirrels 11-6 winners over Akron last night. 7:05 first pitch for the teams this evening. Moving on to the nation's capital. Washington, you'll see a high today of 89, a low tonight of 70, partly cloudy. Right now the temperature is 63 degrees. Nats drop a game to the Phillies yesterday, 5-4. In Atlanta, you're looking at a high of 85. Should see a thunderstorm at some point this afternoon. A low tonight of 70. Should be clear by then. Right now, the temperature is 71 degrees. The Braves fall to the Padres yesterday, 5-2. Nashville, you're looking at a high of 89. Should be kind of cloudy. A low tonight of 71. Still cloudy. Possible storm. Right now, the temperature in Middle Tennessee is 66 degrees. Philadelphia, high today of 87, a low tonight of 69 with showers. Right now the temperature is 67. First pitch against the Nats at Nats Park for the Phils at 6:45 p.m. tonight. Morgantown, a high of 84 with possible thunderstorms this afternoon, a low tonight of 64, still with possible storms. Right now the temperature in West Virginia, 58 degrees. And speaking of West Virginia's Ian Korn named an academic All-American in baseball. Pittsburgh, well, what do you know? The Buccos absolutely pummel the Mariners at PNC Park yesterday, 11-1, 12:35 p.m. first pitch for the teams today. I think that's a rubber match. I think they've each won a game apiece in the series so far. High today in the 412 of 85 degrees with a thunderstorm, a low tonight of 64 degrees, also with a thunderstorm. Right now, the temperature in the 412 is 63. And JF has to be in a good mood today. The Astros were winners last night over the Blue Jays, 3-1. And I think the U.S. soccer team may play a game tonight around 10 p.m. I don't really know, don't really follow it. But, hey, good luck to the U.S. team and happy watching for all of you World Cup fans out there. And just to note, the high temperature today in Atlantic Beach, North Carolina for my family will be 84 degrees and sunny. So enjoy that, fam. All joking aside, glad to be back. Love being a part of the JF team here, and we love all of you. This is your show, your network, and we hope that we deliver a great product for you. Bringing you today's weather and sports update is the Godzilla Wins radio show. For the best insight, analysis, and picks, watch and listen to Godzilla Wins Saturday mornings from 9 to 11 all across the John Fredericks Media Network. Plus, to get John's daily sports picks, you know where to go, GodzillaWins.com. Once again, that's GodzillaWins.com. This has been Dan Hobgood for the John Fredericks Media Network. Outside the Box with the Ox is next, followed by the John Fredericks Show. Stay tuned, everyone.
From Waffle House to ranch dressing, USA is winning over fans. Dutch soccer fans almost in tears after experiencing atmosphere inside U.S. bar during World Cup. Just a couple sub-headlines in Yahoo opinion pieces this week. From The Independent, Scotland soccer fans partying during the World Cup could be the catalyst for a permanent rewrite of Boston's drinking laws in a good way. Scotland's Tartan Army football fans drank dry the Sam Adams Boston tap room down to the last keg of Bud Light.
Oh, the humanity.
So fun, some city officials are pushing to keep the extension of bar close hours in place now. In Texas, videos of diminutive Asian fans chowing down on Fred Flintstone-sized beef ribs in smiling amazement. Is it just me that realizes now why we're all so fat here? But these foreigners are loving America, contrary to those of us news junkies who are constantly told how much everyone else hates us.
You think you hate it now, but wait till you drive it.
Well, they're driving it and loving it. The media has been bound and determined to get us interested in this soccer thing, and they finally found the angle to cover here, despite it running counter to their usual narrative. But thinking outside the box, if these people from faraway lands are so deprived of excitement that sports bars, barbecue, and ranch dressing turn them on so passionately, it kind of explains why soccer is so popular with them.
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
No, of course not.
I mean, it's fine if that's who you are.
Absolutely.
Here outside the box with the Ox in the Eastern Time Zone and now in West Virginia on the John Fredericks Media Network.
John Fredericks.
It is the most egregious thing I've seen in a lifetime.
President Trump.
The whole thing is ridiculous.
When politics start getting wild,
they want to have every single thing that you don't want. Raise taxes, men and women's sports. They're going to open up their border.
Trump hits the speed dial.
Thank you for calling in on such short notice.
You came first, John.
Wake up with the John Fredericks Show weekday morning, 6 Eastern, 5 Central on JFMN.TV, the massive J-Fred radio network, and all across the socials.
You came first, John. Thank you very much, and you do a great job.
Right now, download the new WV Sports Nation app from the Apple Store or Google Play and get the entire Mountaineer sports world in the palm of your hand. Right now, get notified when new stories drop about your favorite Mountaineers teams and athletes. Download the WV Sports Nation app right now. Get updates on next level Mountaineers like Weatherholt and Joe Mazzulla. All that and more right in your pocket right now. Download the new WV Sports Nation app from the Apple Store or Google Play. Download the app right now.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's the John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man who plays to win the game, John Fredericks.
Earlier today, you instructed your Department of Justice to do an investigation for oil companies that you said gas prices were not coming down quick enough, and you are concerned that there is price gouging going on, taking advantage of the crisis. Sir, can you elaborate on that?
So it's ExxonMobil, it's Chevron, it's Shell, it's BP, it's a lot of them. The gasoline or the oil prices have come down so much, and we are not seeing anything at the pump by comparison to what it should be. We should be, in my opinion, at $2.25 right now at the pump. And we're higher than that. And we are doing a big investigation on it, yeah. They're not reducing the prices commensurate with what's happening. Look, we are sending out, think of it, 19 million barrels came out yesterday. That is a flood. That's like a gusher. That's an oil gusher. And they should be much lower, the gasoline prices, which really is what people see more than anything else, but for their car. But the gasoline prices should be much lower at the pump. And the oil companies are possibly gouging. I hope they're not, otherwise they're going to be in big trouble. They're going to be in big trouble. We're not going to play games.
Well, that's, thank you. Thanks, Dan. Thanks for coming back. Hope your car's okay. You're on the John Fredericks Media Network, and I am your Godzilla of the Truth in America, your Oracle of the Deplorables. Well, what a great day yesterday in the Oval Office for the day. Not for the day, but I was in the White House press pool, got to ask President Trump a question, which I thought was very relevant to the situation. And he answered it, right? Price gouging. Why aren't these prices coming down? And he asked the DOJ to do an investigation. And I think they should launch it immediately because many of us have been saying from day one, this was price gouging. I mean, the prices went up before anything really changed. They just went up and they blamed it on futures. That has nothing to do with the oil you've got in the country flowing into gas stations. Nothing. And now they're dragging their feet to lower their price because they're price gouging. And he was right to say that. And I was happy that I had the opportunity to have him expound on it as he did. It was a pretty good Oval Office visit. I got a lot out of it. But look, for the whole day, it was an amazing day. I mean, we started out, we went to the Capitol because he had the luncheon there with the senators. He got into it with Cassidy. We're gonna run this clip here, Dan, from CNN reporting on it here in a second. But apparently, Cassidy was yelling at the President of the United States and addressed him as brother. This is unbelievable. This guy is such a jackwagon. The disrespect he showed was incredible. He actually stood up yelling at the president when they got into it at the luncheon. And the Secret Service took 2 steps towards him before he sat down. This United States senator in the Republican conference showing that level of disdain and disrespect for the president because he endorsed his opponent and kicked him out of power. This is what is wrong with these people. Their whole life is wrapped up in their position, their name tag, their office, their staff. Yes, senator, no senator. I've been telling you this forever. I mean, the whole thing, the ego that goes in there is incredible. And so the guy got kicked out because he didn't back the president. He endorsed his opponent and he got killed. He finished last. He finished third. So now he hates the president. But to show that degree of disrespect to the president of the United States, to me was unbelievable. Dan, so you can find that clip. It's part of my rundown. You can just look for it in CNN. Tell me when you have it. I just don't have it handy. So that was one of the things that went down. A couple things that were big yesterday, aside from what we're talking about here. Actually, here, this is 24. Roll this CNN reporting what happened. Absolute disgrace.
Lauren, take us behind closed doors. What happened inside that room?
Yeah, I mean, what we have heard from sources that were in that room and Senator Bill Cassidy himself is that this was an exchange that really escalated with the president. Bill Cassidy telling our colleague Morgan Rimmer just a few moments ago that he lost his temper. Essentially, the president was asking why these 4 Republican senators would vote for this war powers vote last night. And at that point, Cassidy told our colleague Morgan Rimmer that he asked the president, is that a rhetorical question or do you want to actually know the answer? The president invited him to share why he voted the way that he did. And essentially, Cassidy berated the president for what has transpired in Iran, for not being clear with Congress about his actions in the region, and essentially arguing that until he got a more fulsome briefing of what was transpiring, he was going to continue voting the way that he was voting. Cassidy said that the president was raising his voice, and in response, he continued to raise his. He said he lost his temper, that he's not necessarily proud of that fact, but he joked it was the Irish in him. I mean, obviously, this was an extremely tense exchange. A lot of Republican senators coming out of that meeting noted that it had taken place. Some of them, Senator Tommy Tuberville, tried to downplay it to me, arguing that it was a really cordial exchange, that they were just having a difference of opinion on the issue of Iran. But obviously, there is history here, right, between the president and Bill Cassidy, who recently lost a primary to a Trump-backed challenger, Julia Letlow, just a few weeks ago. So Cassidy has been feeling unchained, untethered to the president, doesn't feel like he needs to continue walking in lockstep. And obviously that was something that transpired during lunch. I would also just point out to you that he was not alone in the vote that he took yesterday. Senator Susan Collins, Senator Lisa Murkowski, Senator Rand Paul all voted with Democrats as well on that war powers resolution. Boris?
So the bottom line is the resolution has no power, no teeth, doesn't mean anything. But look at the message it's sending out to our enemies in Iran. We got all the Democrats voting against any more military action in Iran. If you're Iran and you're looking at this, I mean, the weakness of this country is unbelievable. I mean, you're going to be sitting there and saying, all we have, this was their original strategy. All we have to do is wait this thing out, keep oil prices high. The Democrats are going to win, and then we're going to get everything we want. I mean, it's incredible. You have 4 Republicans voting against the president, and all the Democrats, every single one of them, including Fetterman. So for you people who say, Fetterman should be a Republican, he votes with the Democrats, 90% of the time. Okay, goes on Fox News, yay. But this is just another Democrat, right? He says a couple things, they're interesting, we play it up, but he's voting with the Democrats 90% of the time. So the guy's a Democrat, right? He happens to be the final. If you vote with them 85% of the time, you're branded as centrist. No, a centrist is like 60%. It doesn't matter. Anyway, that went on. Mike Johnson yesterday, after the frustration with the SAVE Act, says that he's got a plan he's going to push forward to put the SAVE Act, which we all know ensures our victory because it stops the cheating. He's going to put the SAVE Act in the Reconciliation 3.0. Problem with that is, and I applaud his effort, the problem is the parliamentarian has already said that doesn't go through the bird bath, that doesn't meet the bird rule. Okay, this is a parliamentarian. Here's another opportunity for feckless weasel rhino, spineless, backboneless, no balls John Thune to actually do something, fire the parliamentarian, and put somebody in there that agrees with us. That's all you got to do, right? He doesn't do the SAVE Act. He doesn't put it on the floor. He doesn't let anybody vote on it. He doesn't do the debate. He doesn't do anything. He doesn't get rid of the filibuster. He doesn't go to a talking filibuster. He won't put it on the floor. Now he's not going to fire the parliamentarian because he hides behind her apron skirt. This is the problem we have with Republicans. They don't even know who they're fighting. They're so ridiculous. They actually think they're going to win by being like communist light. It's unthinkable what they're doing. Absolutely imbeciles. Here's John Fetterman, 13, blasting the Dems. But the guy's a Democrat. Let's just remember that. At the end of the day, 85 to 90% of his votes go with Hakeem Jeffries, okay? And Schumer. Roll it.
The records and what they've just said on social media.
What do you do, Senator? I think it's a question for every American, but it's a unique question for someone who is a part of your party. What do you do as a Democrat? How do you ensure that the future of your party isn't to represent socialism?
I mean, I'm a normal Democrat. I'm a Democrat that's proud to stand for Israel. I'm absolutely intensely proud to be an American, and America is absolutely the best country in history now. But there's people like Chevalier that she just got elected. You know, she wants to abolish ICE, police, the border, and prisons. You know, all these outrageous kinds of things. Now that's not even unserious. Like, how can people just ignore these kinds of things? And now they want to send someone here to Congress that wants to abolish prisons and now would wipe her mouth on the American flag.
Right. I don't know how, but I do think I can go a long way towards the who.
It's unbelievable. It's just crazy. Hey, we got a great show coming up for you today. And a lot of clips, a lot of anecdotes I've got from the White House yesterday, being in the press pool. And of course, the flyover last night and everything was fantastic. You're going to see plenty of that on TV, so I'm not going to go over it. We got a Majority Whip Tom members going to be with us at 7:05, the Ox 7:35. I think he invited me to Minnesota. Ann and I are going to go. Got to put it in my calendar. Got it right here. I still do the hard calendar. Joel Rubin, 8:05. Stephanie Buhaya from Heritage Foundation, 8:35 in DC, dispatch 9 to 10. Plus your calls, 888-480-JOHN, 888-480-5646. This is your show. This is a community. This is where we bring everybody together. We're focused on MAGA 2.0 like a laser beam, right? I am moving beyond what's going on now. Those that envision the future capture it. Remember that. You got to have a vision. Those that live in the moment is fine, but there's no future to capture. Then you're always in reactive mode. I don't want to be reactive. I want to be proactive. What are we going to do in Trump 2.0? The next phase of MAGA, the next phase of the populist movement. I'm focused on that incredibly. And so that's why I'm here. That's why I'm staying. That's what we're going to do. Changes coming to our network on August 17th on Monday. Wendy Bell Live. That's right. The Wendy Bell Show will be moving to the John Fredericks Media Network. Lock, Stock, and Barrel. Wendy Bell Live. We're branding it, Dan, as Wendy Bell Live. No more tape delay. Wendy Bell Live. That is going to be from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. Eastern Time, Monday to Friday. 10 to 12, Monday to Friday. The Wendy Bell Show, Wendy Bell Live on the John Fredericks Media Network. Lace them up and lace them tight. She has a much different style than I do. Compared to Wendy, I'm a very laid-back moderate. I mean, you better just get the coffee going and put your seatbelt on, because Wendy's going to fire you up at 10 a.m. No doubt about it. Also, we're moving Michael Patrick Leahy for the Leahy fans. He's going to be moving from his slot 10 to noon. He'll be moving live to 3 to 5. So Michael Patrick Leahy will be live 3 to 5. That's our changes that are coming in. 888-480-JOHN, 888-480-5646. You want to weigh in? I want to get to one of the communists. Here is, I gave you the wrong clip, Dan, actually. I wanted 21 My bad. If you can get 21 up, I put the wrong one in the chat. I'm sorry. I want to get to 21. Danzella Herrera, whoever this name is of the person that won the primary over a 10-year incumbent who is the actually the chairman of the Hispanic caucus, blew him out, beat him 2-1. She crushed him with Mandami's backing. Here's what she has to say. Here's a communist.
Over the past 8 months, all of you in this room know how much the Democratic machine has tried to count us out. How at every turn they've underestimated us. Those of you in this room know just how scared we made AIPAC, crypto, and all of the corporate PACs funding my opponent's campaign. And over the last few weeks, we've seen the lengths they will go to protect their power.
That's their message. Corporate greed, PACs, except when they get the money, then the PACs are fine. It's just the PACs that give somebody else the money are evil. The PACs that give them the money are great. The hypocrisy is beyond the pale. This is what we're fighting. I keep telling you guys, wake up and smell the coffee. This is what is coming. So you better be prepared for the fight to come. Be prepared. And there's no way out of this. What 2028 is going to pit, it's going to pit communist versus populist. It's going to pit communist versus MAGA. There'll be some in between. There'll be some traditionalists out there, John Thune, George Bush, that Bush. But the fight for the soul of this country is coming in 28. The fight for what our movement is coming in 28. We got 2 years to plan. And I'm right on the tip of the spear, and you're right there with me. MAGA 2.0, we need fighters. We need winners. You want to fight? You're with us. You don't want to fight? Get in the back of the line. Hope things work out. We're looking for fighters. That's MAGA 2.0, because these people are going to fight you. John Fredericks Media Network, trucking the truth across America.
Ponder this. It's amazing how many of us choose to go about our daily life without recognizing others who cross our paths each day. Take, for example, your morning walk, run, or workout at the gym. As we encounter others, often we don't make eye contact, let alone smile or greet each other. Listening to music or a podcast with our earbuds is so much more preferable than having to greet others we encounter. As a result, people are becoming more and more disconnected from each other. So let's start a human connection trend. Here's an experiment for you to try. Put your phone and earbuds away for a day while in public. Try to engage others in your path with a simple smile and a kind hello. These simple gestures will become a powerful force in the world. A smile costs nothing, but can be a powerful tool to brighten the day for others. Let your smile be a light for all to see. It's a gesture of love from the Lord. I'm Susie Kelly, and I am passionately Catholic.
Now more than ever, it's imperative to support companies that share our conservative values. That's why I can't be more excited to tell you that I've switched my family to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendments, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code Godzilla for free activation.
What if you had a plan to build income outside your job? At Lifestyles Unlimited, you'll learn how people are investing in real estate to grow their income and make smarter financial choices one property at a time. Right now, join us for just $297. That's a savings of $443 off our real estate education program. Text radio to 88007. That's RADIO to 88007. Presented by Lifestyles Unlimited.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
1775 Coffee is giving away free starter kits. Try the dark or medium roast coffee with longevity blend, an infused blend with anti-aging calcium alpha-ketoglutarate, which has been clinically proven to reduce biological age. When you purchase the first 2 bags, you'll receive a free 1775 starter kit, including a third 16-ounce bag of coffee, a matte black tumbler, a frother, a gold scoop, or a reusable K-cup filter. Just order now at 1775coffee.com/Godzilla and claim your free 1775 starter kit while supplies last.
The Cats and Cosby Show.
It's the top news of the day.
People are out there saying, the Iranians are never going to live by it. But let me tell you something. President Trump is going to bomb them again if they screw around.
Hopefully they live up to it. And if not, the pounding's coming. We're going to do it again and again and again.
The Cats and Cosby Show, weekdays 5 Eastern, 4 Central on the stations of the John Fredericks Media Network.
Trump is the toughest president we ever had.
Well, he's definitely the best bomber.
Some guys might decide that it's a little too tough, or it's a little too hard, it's a little too demanding. I'll give you a little example. I got an anonymous letter from a parent. It said, we're just kind of bummed out this year that the boys only get 2 weeks off before they start their summer conditioning program. Normally they get 3. Well, we gave them a week at the start of the semester rather than at the end. But here's my point, okay? It's Division I football! It's the Big 12! It ain't intramurals! You got 2 weeks after finals, you got a week at July 4th, and you got a week before camp starts. That's a month! That's probably more vacation than you guys get. And we're a little bummed out that we don't get 3 weeks?
Don't touch that dial. You found your home of the truth.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
With the best analysis in America.
You can't handle the truth.
And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
Great to have you. Tomorrow we're going to be live at Colonial Downs opening day today. We're going to go to Colonial Downs Racetrack in New Kent. Want to have fun? Bring the family. Post time from now till September 7th. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Post time is 12:30 p.m. We are going to have so much fun. We're going to be there in our suite. Actually, we're going to go in there this afternoon. Ann and I, we're leaving right after the show for Colonial Downs. We're going to be there Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Wouldn't want to miss opening weekend for anything. And, of course, we'll be doing our show live tomorrow from our suite in Colonial Downs. It isn't open to the public yet. Ann and I will have an event. We'll announce that soon. So we're looking forward to that. But that's where we'll be tomorrow live. And post time, fantastic. 12:30 p.m. every Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at Colonial Downs. Look, bring the family. You're going to have so much fun to get to see the horses. You're up front. It is the most beautiful racetrack in America, the most beautiful turf course, no doubt. Have fun, win money. Now, it's second only to Saratoga, but Saratoga is being renovated. So right now, it is a gorgeous racetrack. You're going to have such fun with your family. The food is excellent. Everything there is fabulous. You can go upstairs. You can go to the jockey club. You can hang out at the rail. It's just so much fun. All you got to do, to get grandstand seats there if you want, or you want to get a table in the jockey club or $16.90. Just go to colonialdowns.com, colonialdowns.com. Everything is right there. You're going to really love it. If you're out of the area, it's 20 minutes east of Richmond, about an hour and 45 minutes west of Virginia Beach. And you can get it from so many areas. Northern Virginia, easy drive down 95 because you're going opposite traffic at that time. It's going to be fabulous. Check it out. Go to colonialdowns.com. Racing starting today. 12:30 p.m. We're going to be there this afternoon, leaving right after the show. Can't wait. See you Monday. So show live tomorrow. Go to colonialdowns.com. That's colonialdowns.com. Phone lines open, 888-480-JOHN. Remember, we are a community, and we are here for you all the time, 888-480-5646. And let's get to, before we get to our phone calls, let's get to, we've got, what do we have here? Dan, I'm losing track of everything because I forgot my printout. So I'm going to have to deal with this. The economy is booming, no doubt. Let's get to Kelly Loeffler yesterday talking about the SBA and all the small businesses that are opening up. That's going to be number 14. Roll it.
Small business owners are thrilled with this economy and the fact that gas prices are falling, oil prices at 4-month lows today. This is just the next step in rebuilding an economy that after 4 tough years of the Biden administration that massively regulated, put a war on energy, drove gas prices up to $5, small businesses are excited that this MOU is moving ahead, and only President Trump could have done it from a position of strength, making sure this strait reopened. Gas and oil prices are coming down, and we're going to continue to see more of that as these negotiations continue.
Well, she's absolutely correct. Dan, get up Scott Besson talking about the dollar. This is going to be 14B. There's no, I didn't number it, but it's right after Kelly. But Kelly's right. And small businesses expanding beyond belief. Now, here's the thing that just came out yesterday. The Postmaster General of the UPS, of the United Postal System, has said that they will not deliver, get this, they will not deliver, the U.S. Post Office will not deliver mail-out ballots to any state that has not turned over their voter list to the Department of Justice and the federal government. So they simply said, we're not delivering it. You guys want to, spend $1 bajillion and send out FedEx, I guess you can do that, but it ain't going through the mail because we don't know who it's going to. And until you give us a list and we match the list that are on the voter rolls of American citizens that are legal voters, that are registered legally, until we match that list with the address, we're not going to deliver them. Now, lawsuits will fly. Judges will have an injunction. It will go to SCOTUS. This has got to get to the Supreme Court, and they're going to rule in the post office's favor. No doubt about it. Because all the post office is saying is, if you're not complying with Trump's executive order, the federal mandate to let the voter rolls in your state be scrutinized so that they are free of illegals and people that no longer live there, we're not going to mail these out because we don't know who the mail is going to. We're not going to do it. Now, he'll be sued, and 18 judges will overturn it in 3 days, and it'll make its way up to SCOTUS. But the problem is they don't do a lot of rulings over the summer, right? Basically, at the end of June, that's it. So this is going to have to be an emergency session for them. They're going to have to take this up. And this is going to be another bellwether. It's off the radar screen right now. But look, if the SAVE Act passes, it doesn't matter. You got to get SAVE Act passed. And of course, Thune won't pass it because they're all scared because they'd rather be communist light. Like I said yesterday, the best analysis of John Thune and the communist light Republicans are asking for a cigarette in front of the firing squad to buy another 3 minutes of life. That's it. When the cigarette goes out, the bullets fly and you're dead. So you better take some real soft drags on that thing. That's managed decline. That's what we're faced with here. All right, let's get to Scott Besson, 14B, talking about the strength of this economy and the dollar. Take a listen.
Dollar dominance is essential, and everything President Trump is doing here is, if you look, the new Venezuela is invoicing in dollars. They're coming back onto the dollar system. They've been sanctioned. They were not allowed to translate or to transact in dollars, and now dollar the dollar is going to be the centerpiece of their trade. They were selling discounted oil to China and not getting dollars. We're seeing in the Iranian negotiations, the Iranians will be invoicing in dollars. So everything we are doing is pushing the dollar back. It's never left as the centerpiece for the global currency system, but we're reinforcing it. I would anticipate when the Russia-Ukraine conflict ends, that Russia will want to come back in the dollar system because, again, the dollar, it's our liquidity, it's our capital markets, it's the depth and breadth. Everyone wants to be here. And I think many times, the great thing about the United States is we course correct when we go too far one way or the other. And I think we should not be shy about flexing where we have advantages, and where we have advantages, share with our allies and push back on those who are not aligned with us.
I mean, he's absolutely correct. He absolutely nailed it. Here's the thing. The dollar is strong. The economy is strong. The fake polls out there are on overdrive. Trump's underwater in the economy. Trump's only got 30%. Everybody hates him. They hate the reflecting pool. They hate the ballroom. The economy's in the tank. Everybody's miserable. These are fake polls. Stephanie is coming on today at 8:30. She's going to talk on them. They're all fake because the pillars of the economy are unbelievable. All right, let's get to the phone lines. Line one, John, New Jersey. John, go. You're live.
Hey, John. Real quick, it's not why I'm calling, but I just wanted to say, I mean, your question went everywhere. I'm so glad we have you there. And I'm actually so proud that I'm a loyal listener and you allow me to voice my opinion on the show. I can't tell you the pride that I feel. I just want to thank you. I mean, that question we needed that. Somebody needs to be asking those questions. The bottom line is, you're asking about MAGA 2.0. And I keep hearing you say that all day long. These senators and congressmen, I don't think they really understand what's coming for them. Trump, God bless his heart, and I love him to death, but he's a moderate. He's a nice guy. What's coming up behind Trump is guys like me. Liz Cheney is going to look like a close race compared to what we're going to do to John Thune when he's up for re-election. Those people in South Carolina, those senators, they're gone. I'll move to the state to march and pound on doors to get these people removed. So the bottom line is they just better bide their time, because what's coming up behind Trump is not going to be pretty for them. MAGA 2.0 is to the right of right. And, we're fired up and we're tired of this thing and we want our country back. We have children, families. We're not letting this go. This is the greatest country in the world. And if you really understand our opponent, they're idiots. They call off their marches when it rains. It's insane what we're up against. They have no critical thinking skills. They have no morality. They have no God. I mean, you couldn't ask for a better opponent. This is the weakest of the weak. You separate one of these people from the herd, and they're sitting there with their thumb in their mouth, wetting their diapers. So the bottom line is, like I said, that's MAGA 2.0.
Fighters, not John Thune, not Cassidy, not the people in the Senate. The people that are fighters are what we're looking for. And this is what it is. And we have to be the tip of the spear. This is what I'm telling. And I'm looking for a thought leader with resources to join me in this effort, right? A thought leader. And my vision is, I'm going to tell you what it is. So I'm very transparent, John. I have a vision. And my vision is that mantle is carried by Heritage and Heritage Action. Now, why the Heritage Foundation? Because all the old guard quit. All the board members that were, Reaganites and traditional Republicans, Rove, George Bush, this Bush, some Bush, that Bush, right? Romney, they're all gone. Why? Because Dr. Kevin Roberts, who took it over, is a populist. And because he took it over and he's a populist and they don't like the direction the Heritage Foundation has gone, all the board members quit and a lot of their money dried up. A lot of their donors went. They got to get new donors. So the Heritage Foundation, I believe, with Dr. Roberts, is in a position to rebrand themselves as the thought leader of MAGA 2.0. And that's what I've been encouraging them to do right here in D.C. I think I'm getting somewhere. Not there yet, but I'm getting somewhere. CPAC can't do it. CPAC puts on events. They're part of it, right? But all these other organizations, like America First Policies Institute, great organization, but that is a very necessary and important parking garage for future Trump appointees. That's really what that is. I mean, they're not sitting and having meetings and figuring what to do, right? They come on the radio shows. They have a title. It's an organization. They contribute. Every movement needs an American First Policies, but you need an internal organization that can raise money, that can become the thought and action leaders for the new movement. And I think Dr. Roberts has that opportunity. Now, I'm with him. A lot of people have abandoned him. I had nothing and no interest to do with Heritage Foundation 1.0. Staid, boring, traditional Republican, Reaganism, cut taxes. That's it. Hated tariffs, the whole thing. Roberts is different. So that's my vision. Whether or not I can pull it off, I have no idea, but I'm going to die trying, as they say. So all good. Now, another thing I want to say, and then I'll move on. Yesterday in the White House, again, every single time I have an opportunity to engage with President Trump, he spent another 10 minutes on Washington, D.C. And if you don't think they get my stuff, here's what he said. In 18 months, I've turned Washington, D.C. in the safest, cleanest, most beautiful city in America. There's nothing like it, maybe in the world. It is a showcase, he said, of the Northeast and of the country. And I'm sitting there smiling at myself saying, who's been saying that for the last 6 months? Me. So they're even getting the words down now. So we have a lot of impact here. And Washington, D.C., he's not, I'm telling you guys, I'm going to say this on D.C. Dispatch, he is not going to let Janice Lewis George and Silverman and these people come to the council and dismantle everything he's done. He will get rid of home rule so fast your head will spin, and he's got the votes. Because nobody wants to go back to the squalor and the filth of D.C. and the tents and the needles and the crime. We don't want to go back. They're not going to take us back because he will end it. John, I'll give you the final word.
No, I mean, you're saying people from the Heritage Foundation left. I'm listening to you. They left because there's no future for them. Not in this party. And that's why. These aren't stupid people. They understand there's just no future for them anymore. The bottom line is we better really start to look at what happened in New York. I don't think they get exactly what we're dealing with, to be honest with you. You get it. I mean, these people hate you. They hate our country. To be honest with you, I don't even know how. It baffles me why we're allowing they're treasonous statements that have obviously majority have lied on their naturalization forms when they said, yes, I pledge allegiance to the Constitution of the United States. We really need to start looking at these people and denaturalizing them to remove them. This is seditious, treasonous behavior, but that's for another subject. The bottom line, though, is MAGA 2.0, they better get ready for us. And there's, you'll have no problem. You tell me where to send the check. And by the way, me and the wife are coming for a nice weekend in October to D.C. now that I feel safe and I want to get in touch with you possibly.
Listen, you text me. You got my number, right? You text me a week before
Yeah.
you're coming. Ann and I'll make reservations. We'll take you to our favorite place for dinner. I look forward to meeting you and Michelle. And yes, we would love love a donation. I will be happy to send you where to send the check. I'm not shy about that because we got a lot on our plate. We have to expand. There's a lot of things going on. We're hiring people. Maggot 2.0. You're either in the game or not, right? And it's what I said. Somebody asked me the other day. It was a great question about, I think it was Anthony. How come you kind of talk about the clickbaiters and are we on the same team? I said, yeah, we are. I just explained why we're free, what that business model is and what that influences you to have to do because you're compromised, right? And the beauty of this company is just let everybody know, the beauty of this company is the freedom that we have to have your voice get on the air unfettered and unabated. We have no corporate hierarchy to answer to. We have no investors telling us what to do. We have no one benefactor, complaining about us and saying, do this, do that. We don't have any of that. This is why this network is so different. We don't have any of the things that anybody else has. So therefore, Ann and I built something to ensure freedom. And the freedom translates back to our audience like you. And everybody knows that. And so that's why we're different. Are we the biggest? No. Will we ever be? No. Are we going to make the most money? Absolutely not. Can't do it within our model. Can we make enough money in order to make a living and go forward? Yes. If it's about maximum money, maximum profit, maximum this, maximum that, we'd have to have a different model that gets thousands and thousands of dollars a day in clicks. And we don't do that. That's not our model. Because then you're a slave to that particular audience. And if you don't do exactly what they want or tell them exactly what they want to hear, the clicks stop and your money dries up. That's the difference. Big difference, John. So thank you. Thank you for noticing that. Look forward to meeting you and Michelle. And thank you for the donation. John, Jersey. Good man. John, thanks. Can't wait to meet. Okay, let's get to Tim in Hopewell, Virginia. Tim, you're live.
Hey, John, how are you this morning, my brother? How are you doing?
Good,
Look,
Tim.
It's about mail-in ballots. I've been calling your show.
Go ahead.
And I've been telling it's about mail-in ballots. I've been calling your show, and I've been telling you that case Watson versus RNC is getting ready to drop. And about your last call, they've already tipped a hand about the Postal Service. They commented that the Postal Service, third-party carriers, and FedEx are not election officials as per law. They said when you do early ballots, you go to your polling station, you register the office, it's counted, it's sealed, it's already tabulated. They said you can go to your HOA, get $100,000 from your neighbor, send it through the mail. There's no accountability. I'm telling you, when that case drops, it's going to upend this race, and that's the whole crux of this coming election is these mail-in ballots. I'm telling you, that's going to be the key to this.
So the UPS, the postmaster yesterday said he's not going to allow the United States Postal Service to deliver mail-out ballots to states that have not turned over the voting list to the Department of Justice as requested in the executive order. Will that hold?
Correct.
Will that hold?
Yes.
Why?
Yes, because the court's already tipped a hand and said that they don't consider the Postal Service as elections officials as far as handling mail-in ballots because there's no safeguard. In this case, this entire issue has flew under the radar screen. Your guests haven't caught on to it. The mainstream media hasn't caught on to it. It flew under the case right before the redistricting battle here in Virginia that everybody was fighting. So I'm telling you, Watson versus RNC, they're getting ready to release it, and it is going to upend this race like a tsunami.
Tim, you nailed it. Once again, you have been on the forefront of this. You were the leader saying it. Hey, by the way, there's a station in Hopewell that just came up for sale. Should I buy it?
Yes.
What is it, WHO or something?
WHAP is a small radio station. It's been around for probably 60 plus years, but they sold it. But yeah, I would buy it.
Does it have any
It's
listeners?
probably inexpensive.
Does it have any listeners?
See, I don't know. They kind of dwindled over the years. You could probably get it cheap to probably revive it.
Oh yeah, I'll get it cheap. Look, do me a favor, Tim. I don't know anything about it. The next time you're in your car, just tune it in. Tell me how it sounds.
Okay, I will.
And then call in. John Fredericks Media Network. Tom Emmer. Next.
Survivor is now underway in earthquake-shattered Venezuela. Numerous buildings in the capital Caracas have collapsed after two powerful quakes. A magnitude 7.2 and a 7.5 struck one right after the other, followed by a series of aftershocks. Those who could fled into the streets, their world crashing down around them.
All the walls were cracked. We managed to open the door, but there was a cloud of smoke, so we couldn't see much. When we went downstairs, it was like a scene from a horror movie. I only saw the building superintendent with a baby and one family from that building get out.
A survivor heard through a BBC translator. At least 164 people are dead, hundreds injured. The Caracas airport is no more, reduced to rubble. Venezuela has seen the most powerful quakes in more than 100 years, and the less powerful quakes have also rattled Northern California and parts of Japan. Happy birthday, America.
250 years of glorious American freedom.
On the National Mall in Washington Wednesday night, President Trump launched celebrations of the nation's founding with a campaign-style rally.
Just like those patriots of 1776 over the past 17 months, we have taken power back.
Touting a deal to end the Iran war, his border crackdown.
We have reclaimed our sovereignty, regained our liberty, restored our prosperity, and we have saved our country.
Recalling the creation of national landmarks like the Washington Monument.
We are likewise building new monuments to American greatness to serve every future president and First Lady. We're building the most beautiful ballroom anywhere in the world, right at the White House.
Ben Thomas, Washington.
Wall Street may open sharply higher later this morning. Dow futures up 130 points. NASDAQ futures ahead 650. Townhall.com.
Hey, I'm Kirk Cameron. Is health insurance eating up your budget for 2026? If you're looking for ways to better steward your finances, consider this: Christian Healthcare Ministries. It's a health insurance alternative at half the cost. Join CHM today by visiting chministries.org/wellness. While insurance companies tell you when to join, what to pay, and where to go, CHM is different. As a ministry, CHM allows you to share the burden of medical bills with other Christians. You can enroll, switch programs, or leave at any time. Christian Healthcare Ministries. It's a world of difference. CHM has 4 flexible programs. You can pick any certified doctor, surgeon, or hospital that you want for eligible care. So make the switch. Take your paycheck back from health insurance this year. Join CHM today by visiting chministries.org/wellness. That's chministries.org/wellness.
One of the most intricately decorated parts of the Vatican's Apostolic Palace, a passageway used by popes and presidents and attributed to Renaissance master Raphael, is getting its first facelift in 500 years.
Raphael is considered one of the greatest artists of the Italian Renaissance and was also an accomplished architect. His 65-metre-long loggia, or windowed corridor, is on the second floor of the Vatican City Apostolic Palace. The biblical scenes and botanical motifs on the arched ceiling have deteriorated due to successive layers of glues and waxes. The corridor was also open to the elements for around 100 years. Now the restoration work, funded by international donors, is expected to return the original vibrancy to the pastel tones of the work.
The BBC's Alice Adderley. U.S. House members have welcomed the president of Taiwan's legislature to Washington. News and analysis, townhall.com. Have to wonder how this treasure was overlooked for so many years.
A 44-page manuscript notebook written by composer Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart in 1778 has been found in France's National Library. The notebook consists of 7 pieces for harp and flute and were originally written for a young harpist. The manuscript will remain in the care of the French National Library, which hosts the 3rd largest collection of autographed musical manuscripts by Mozart after Salzburg and Berlin. Keith Peters reporting.
A Liberian oil tanker has navigated the Strait of Hormuz using a new route close to Oman's shores. It's been promoted by the Arab country as well as the UN Maritime Agency. This latest development earlier today comes amid ongoing threats from Iran's Revolutionary Guard, threatening vessels traversing the strategic waterway. More on these stories, townhall.com.
It's finally here, our 2nd annual mega sale. This sale only comes around once a year, so take advantage of the best offers ever while you can. For example, save 50% on our Giza Dream bed sheets, as low as $29.98. And for the first time ever on TV, MyPillow mattresses and MyPillow mattress toppers as low as $99.98. And you save 50% on our Lux Pure 6-piece towel sets. Regular $69.98, now only $39.98. And our best-selling standard MyPillows, regular $49.98, on sale for $17.98. Wait on it, mega sale only $14.98. But wait, there's more. To make the mega sale even more special, when you order right now, your order's going to ship absolutely free.
To take advantage of the 2nd annual mega sale, go to MyPillow.com or call 800-854-0504 and use promo code Godzilla.
1775 Coffee is giving away free starter kits. Try the dark or medium roast coffee with longevity blend, an infused blend with anti-aging supplements clinically proven to reduce biological age. When you purchase the first 2 bags, you'll receive a free 1775 starter kit, including a 3rd 16-ounce bag of coffee, a matte black tumbler, a frother, a gold scoop, or a reusable K-cup filter. Just order now at 1775coffee.com/Godzilla and claim your free 1775 starter kit while supplies last.
All right, folks, I need you to do something right now. Go to johnfredericksradio.com and take our brand new 2028 Republican presidential straw poll. Who do you want leading the ticket? Don't let the elites decide. Make your voice heard. While you're there, weigh in on 2 huge issues: eminent domain reform and President Trump's tariff policies. Are they protecting American workers or hurting growth? This is your movement, your vote, your voice, your choice. Go to johnfredericksradio.com right now and take the poll.
The Trump administration has brought positive changes when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. If we really want to make America healthy again, well, that starts at home. And that's where the Wellness Company comes in. You see and hear from the Wellness Company doctors all the time, and you know their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy, giving you the opportunity to make sure you're prepared for whatever happens with their prescription medical kits. Additionally, the Wellness Company offers a variety of products, from parasite cleanses to methylene blue to weight loss and so much more. Make America healthy again starts at home. Do your part and protect the health of you and your family. Live a healthier, longer, and more satisfying life. Go to twc.health/Godzilla and order. That's twc.health/Godzilla. Use promo code Godzilla to save 10% today.
Hey folks, Al Green here for SatPhone. When you're on the go, you want to know you're connected. If it's a family vacation or an off-the-grid escape to a remote destination, having reliable communication helps you feel safe and secure. You can't afford to find yourself in a dead zone. That's why you need SatPhone. SatPhones are reliable, durable, and give you global coverage. If you can get outside, you can get in touch. It's that simple. Make calls from your SatPhone to any regular cell phone in the United States. The phones are $1,500 value, but you can get yours free. Just sign up for a 15-month plan, $94.95 a month. Get 150 minutes monthly that roll to the next month. Go 3 months without using them, that's fine. Yes, 3 months, 450 minutes, all yours. Visit SAT123.com or call 855-980-5830. SAT123.com, 855-980-5830. Get surety and security with your SatPhone. Call now.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's The John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man who always says to lace him up and lace him tight, John Fredericks.
Oh, you're on the John Fredericks Media Network. We had to play that clip after what's going on in the U.S. Senate and the Republican conference, who will not pass the SAVE Act. It is unbelievable, the cowardice that goes on. One man with courage makes a majority. Guess who we've got? The one man with courage making the majority right here, right now in the John Fredericks Media Network. Let's welcome the one and only House Majority Whip and Congressman for Minnesota's 6th District, Congressman Tom Emmer. Congressman, Majority Whip Emmer, great to have you with us, sir.
Good to see you, John.
So, Tom, let's get right to it. Always good to see you. Always good to see you. Hey, got to give a shout out, though, before we run out of time, to Sally Fox. You are blessed with her. You know, I work with communications directors from a variety of aspects, from the White House to the administration to Congress and Senate. She is one of the best I've ever worked with. What a gem she is, and a great hire and a great lady. So thank you for having her.
Well, I totally agree, obviously. But don't tell her that, because then we got to give her a raise.
Well earned and deserved. So, Congressman, yesterday, Mike Johnson, your speaker, comes up with a new plan, great plan, and he says, I've got a way to put the SAVE Act into Reconciliation 3.0. And immediately, one of your colleagues from Florida said, no, we can't do that in the conference because the parliamentarian says no. But Johnson was pretty confident that he's got a new pathway for this. Can you explain how this would work, Majority Whip Tom Emmer?
Well, I think Mike does have a good plan. He's talking about putting this on another reconciliation bill, John. Reconciliation bills only require 50+1 in the Senate. The issue is they have to be done with all Republican votes. So we've got an issue over in the Senate. There's no question. We've got a Senate that uses something called the filibuster and someone called the parliamentarian to avoid taking votes they don't want to take. This is why I say there are no Republicans, there are no Democrats, there are only senators, John. And the senators all literally use these two things so they don't have to put a vote on the board. In this case, what Mike's saying is we will do, for instance, our Department of War needs additional funds because of Venezuela, Iran, and what they have to do going forward. All right, let's put that all in a reconciliation bill because we know that Democrats aren't going to help President Trump. Democrats don't care if they put the American public at risk. They've shown this. They could care less about our military men and women around the world. So we'll have to do it. We put it on a reconciliation bill here in the House. We add the Save America Act to it, John. We send it to the Senate. They will give it to their parliamentarian, which they always do. And I would fully expect the parliamentarian to drop it out of the bill and say, well, this isn't appropriate for this bill. At that point, guess what? It only takes 50+1 senators to overrule the parliamentarian. So this nonsense about we can't get 60 votes, all you need is 50+1. That's what Mike's saying. Let's do it again. Let's send it over to the Senate with this, for instance, defense supplemental and force them to put their vote on the board. If you really want to tell America you're not for fair and open and transparent elections, all right, well, I guess there's nothing we can do then.
You know, Majority Whip Emmer with us from Minnesota 6th District. That's brilliant. The way you just outlined that in layman's terms so everybody can understand. So they don't want to break the filibuster. They don't want to do that. They don't want to fire the parliamentarian. So all you have to do is get 50 senators to vote that in the reconciliation, regardless of what the parliamentarian says, because Vance could break the tie, and then the vote goes on the floor. So basically, you need 50 Republican senators to just put it in the bill and then go from there. But they're not going to, because but then John Thune basically finds four people that don't vote for it, and they skirt it again. How do you overcome that?
Well, I mean, that's up to John. And I'm, unlike others who I think are very critical of John at this point, John makes his own decisions. I'm a big John Thune fan, John Frederick. I really am. But in this case, what he's doing is he's allowing 3 or 4 U.S. senators, Republicans, to impress their will on the American people. John, if you can't pass an 80% issue in the Senate, what the hell are you doing there? I mean, just to ask yourself, you've got, how awful is it that we're asking someone to, one, prove they are a citizen of the United States and therefore eligible to vote, and number 2, when they show up at the voting precinct, that they present identification to prove they are that citizen who is eligible to vote. John, 80% of this country, Republican, Democrat, and other, agree with that. If you can't pass that through the U.S. Senate, I don't know what you're doing there. So, again, I'm a John Thune fan. It's his decision. You put it on the floor. This is what Mike Johnson is saying. You overrule the parliamentarian. There's plenty of precedent for that. This has been done before. After all, it is the U.S. Senate and the U.S. House of Representatives that are supposed to be making laws, John, not parliamentarians. So there you go.
So when you talk to John Thune, and you're saying that you're a supporter of his, Tom, and you're a friend of his, when you talk to him about this directly, without sharing anything that's confidential, the frustration that many of us have is that he won't go to the talking filibuster. He won't put this on the floor to a vote. What does he say when you ask him to do that?
Well, first, I don't.
Of course,
I don't share what we talk about. But much like you and I can talk about it, but I won't tell you what the president tells me when he's talking about what he wants to do. I'll let him do that. I'll let John do that. But I can't help myself but look at this and say, John, you are doing what you believe is the right thing because that's the way it's always been done in the Senate. But what you got to understand, times have changed. It's much like the House. When I've got the old bulls in the House telling me nobody ever votes against rules, John, that's voting against the team. It's like, well, you don't understand. They do vote against rules now. That's part of the equation. We have to have that discussion beforehand. The world has changed. And the idea that U.S. senators are going to avoid the responsibility to vote yes or no to show the American people they're either with them or they're not, those days are gone. I mean, you can push back against the president who's very frustrated. Okay, that's your right. But you represent the American public, John. They want this done. They are sick and tired of senators and U.S. representatives making excuses to them for not doing their job. This is just an excuse for not doing the job. And again, John, I think John thinks he's doing the right thing based on the history of the Senate. But history's changing, John. That's why they call it history, because some of it is from the past. It doesn't happen anymore. This should be history.
And Tom, remember, you understand the frustration of the MAGA base with John Thune, right?
I'm right there with him. Although, here's the difference between me and the MAGA base. I know John personally. I know John wants to do the right thing. I know John is a American patriot, but he's in the U.S. Senate, and that does something to people. Apparently, they go over there, they sniff that rarefied air. They're kind of in a bubble, separated from the rough and tumble of the street. They got to get back out onto the street. All those guys got to understand they are not gods unto themselves. They are still representatives, elected representatives who have responsibilities to the people who elected them. And I think that'll come around.
Majority Whip Tom Emmer with us, Minnesota 6th. Before we get to some of the key issues, I just gotta ask you this question. You're the Majority Whip. I think you deserve like the trophy of all time. How do you get this stuff through the House with a 2-seat majority? This is unheard of, especially with a conference that it's not like the Democrats where Hakeem Jeffrey says jump. Everybody says how high. You've got diversification of thought all over the place. How are you able, as the whip, to get this stuff passed with a 2-vote majority?
Hey, first off, John, Hakeem Jeffries is a loser. He says jump and they say F you. That's what they're saying to him today. He doesn't have any sway over the other side. But your question to me is a valid one, and I will respond based on what we just talked about with the Senate. How do we get things done in the House? If I had a Bitcoin for every time I heard, I just need a little bit more time. You know, how much time do you need? Well, maybe 10 days. No, today is the day. You are going to say yes. You're going to say no. You're going to do it in front of the American public, God, and your mother. All right. And you are going to show us who you are and who you represent. That's how you get things done, John. You put it up on the board. Our members know who they represent. They understand that the job is to be a servant leader, not to be a ruler. And so once we put the vote on the board, amazing things happen. Not always. I mean, every once in a while, you've got some people, and this is the way the system should work. You got people who are here fighting for the things that they came here to fight for the people that voted for them. That's what they believe they're doing. We got to help them do that. We got to help them feel like they are achieving what they got elected to achieve. If we do that, John, it's amazing. Our people so different from one coast to another. There are so many different political perspectives in the House. It's what makes it fun. I mean, I don't know that I deserve an award. I owe somebody something. This is the greatest job in America. You get to see all of America, from the East Coast to the West Coast and everywhere in between, in the members that we have in the House. And it's fun. It's exciting every day. What's that movie that says every day is like a box of chocolates, right? It's all something different, although they aren't as sweet.
And you never know what you're going to pull out of the box. Forrest Gump was the movie. But Tom Emmer, you do deserve. Look, I've been covering this stuff since Gingrich took over in '92. I was at the Capitol steps when he outlined the contract for America that I thought was the most brilliant thing ever been done in politics. But I've never seen a whip like Tom Emmer that has been able to get this done, because nobody's ever had just a 2-seat majority. I mean, it's unbelievable what you've been able to do. Let's get to the let's get to the communist victories last night in New York. You add that. I live in Washington, D.C. I won my election, by the way, Ward 2 chairman. Thank you. But in D.C., we've got communist mayor is going to be ushered in, Janice Lewis George. 2 of the new council members here, communist. In L.A., you're going to get a communist mayor. She's going to destroy Karen Bass. You got 3 communists elected in New York City, along with Mandami. What is going on with these people? What is this about?
Well, this is what our founders were running from, right? Our tyrants, and that's what we're now electing. And thank you, John. Thank you for calling them what they are. I'm tired of my colleagues who say, you know, the socialists. The socialists are gone. You're now talking about Marxists. You're talking about communists. These people are horrible. Here, what's happening? Well, everybody thinks they can get a free lunch. These guys are promising things that they will never be able to deliver. People who have lived in countries that have this type of leadership. I mean, we've got a large Cuban population, Venezuelan population down in Florida and elsewhere. These people know that it doesn't work, and they know it doesn't end well, John. I mean, people should go back to reading The Road to Serfdom. The great economist Hayek, who wrote this book for his political elites back during World War II, and it was to give them an idea about this awful thing called capitalism and how the socialist approach, this central authority, doesn't work. If you boil down that book, and again, people should go back and read it because it's just as relevant today as it was when Hayek wrote that book. He talks about how, it's all wonderful. We have a central authority that will allocate resources based on their decisions rather than the free hand of the market that we know from Adam Smith. He says, it sounds great. And it is great as long as you are part of that central authority making the decisions. If you're not part of the central authority, you may not like the decisions that they're making. You may not like your allocation, and you'll complain. And by the way, at the beginning, you complain, they might take away some of your liberties. If you continue to complain, they might take away a lot more. They might take away your life before it's over. So that's what these people are selling. That's what these young people who we have not educated well in this country are buying. And by the way, it too will burn out. The cowboy spirit is alive and well in the United States of America. You're talking about aberrations in the city of New York. You're talking about aberrations in the city of LA. By the way, you tell me how it works. I'm not a smart guy. I'm just a Midwestern kid who looks at this thing in LA and says, all right, so you got the early votes, and you've got Karen Bass, you've got Pratt, I think it was, and then you've got this communist number 3. Okay. Then you have the same day voting. You've got the same thing. Karen Bass, you've got the guy named Pratt, number 2, and then you got this communist number 3. Then you have the ballots that come in later. And John, every one of them is for the third place candidate. How does that work, John? How does that work when it goes 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and now all of a sudden it's just 3? I mean, the whole thing it stinks to high heaven. It's crooked. I think the American people is waking up. Unfortunately, we sometimes have to do everything else before we figure out how to do the right thing, and I think it's coming.
Majority Whip Emmer, what did you think of the United States Postmaster making the ruling or the decision yesterday that he won't deliver or have the UPS deliver mail-out ballots to states that have not complied with the DOJ, with President Trump's executive order to turn their voting rolls over to be scrutinized to get rid of illegals and other people that shouldn't be on them?
I think it's great. I mean, I think we should tie HAVA funds, the Help America Vote Act. The federal government sends HAVA funds to the states to administer their elections. I think we should do the same thing there. They should not get $1 of federal help to run their elections if they're not willing to guarantee that those elections are fair, open, and transparent. The president and I had this conversation about Minnesota. Minnesota is one of the most crooked operations in the world. Why would anybody want to run for a statewide office in Minnesota until they fix the election thing? Think about this, John. The U.S. government, the Department of Justice, asked the Secretary of State, Steve Simon, to provide the voter rolls 2 years ago, right after the Trump administration took office. Why? Because the state is responsible to administer not just the state elections for state office, but the federal elections. So the federal government is entitled to see that, in fact, you are doing that in a fair, open, and honest way. Guess what? The state of Minnesota not only has refused, but made them sue them in court. I will tell you, I think they're trying to run out the clock before the election because they have no interest in proving. In fact, there's a Minnesota state legislator when asked, well, why don't you want to clean the dead people deceased off your voter rolls? And this gal said, well, it's actually a voter integrity issue. Because if somebody uses one of those false names, we know that they're cheating in the election. John, they have no idea if somebody is cheating in the election because they don't care. So I think what he did yesterday, I think it's just the beginning. And I do think our senators should buck up and pass the Save America Act. 80% of Americans agree with this, Republican, Democrat, and other. Stop telling us what you think the world should be and start listening to the people that you represent. That's what they got to do in the Senate.
100%, Tom Emmer. I'm going to run a clip here that shows that 21% now of Americans believe that, well, the fraud's okay. This is a stunner. Take a look.
I want to put this poll up, Nick, because I was kind of surprised at these numbers. This is Fox News polling on fraud. Look at this. It's federal efforts to combat fraud in government programs. You see right there on the screen, too much, 21%, not enough, 60%, about right, 17%. I'm surprised at the 21%. There are 21% of Americans who think that we should not combat fraud. We're spending too much money combating this, and look at all the money we are saving. What do you think about those numbers, Nick?
Well, there might be 21% of America who needs the fraud to continue, unfortunately.
What is your reaction to this?
I think it shows us that the 20%, those are the fraudsters, John. Those are the people we're chasing. I think we're not doing enough. I think we need to do even more to go after the fraudsters. I mean, my state, unfortunately, is the poster child. And that clip that you have of Nick Shirley, he's the guy who came into Minnesota. We've been writing letters. We've been trying to sound the alarm on this for 7-8 years. It took Nick Shirley. First, it took the greatest president in my life, Donald J. Trump, perhaps one of the greatest presidents in the history of this country, to raise this to a national level. I mean, before he brought it up and the Minnesota media thought they were going to take on Donald Trump because he called Somalis exactly what they are, the Somali fraudsters, right? Well, they got into it with him, and all of a sudden they realized they had just elevated this story to a national issue. And then Nick Shirley comes into Minnesota. He does something that our worthless media refused to do. He goes to these different sites and he videotapes. He finds it's supposed to be spelled Learning Center, but it's spelled Leering Center. They can't even get the sign right. There's nobody there. I mean, we've got daycare fraud. We've got autism center fraud. We've got Medicaid housing fraud. We've got fraud in every damn program you can think of. We've got a fraud in the SNAP program, more commonly known as food stamp. Every program in the state of Minnesota, and by the way, California, where Nick Shirley comes from, has got 40 million people. You expect they're going to have fraud. We got 5.7 million people in Minnesota, and we've got billions of dollars that have been bilked out of the taxpayers of Minnesota. Sadly, Minnesota punches above its weight when it comes to fraud. We got to do even more, John.
What's the deal with Ilhan Omar?
Ilhan Omar, she doesn't appreciate the country that saved her life. Ilhan Omar should be denaturalized and shipped back to Somalia. If she doesn't love this country, which she clearly does not, she doesn't belong here, John. So what's with Ilhan Omar? Ilhan Omar is part of the problem. I hope that Ilhan Omar, Keith Ellison, and Tim Walz, I hope that they can ultimately get enough evidence so they can prosecute all three of them. My constituents keep saying, it's not just, are you going after the fraud? They're saying, when is somebody going to be held accountable for this stuff? I mean, Tim Walz knew this was going on as early as 2019, and he chose not only to do nothing about it, he and his administration literally intimidated whistleblowers to continue making payments to the Somali fraudsters. So these guys should go to jail.
You know, yesterday I had on one of your representatives, State House members, Representative Kristen Roberts.
Kristen Roberts. Yeah.
Robbins. I'm sorry. District 37, West Minneapolis, who's the head of this fraud. She's the head of the of fraud division there in the House, and there's no power share. And she was telling our audience, Tom, yesterday that she believes that the fraud in Minnesota is in the excess of $10 billion, in the excess of that. And she says every time they turn over a stone, they see more of it. And she said there are people that are doing this. It's a planned economy. Like they figure out how to do it, and then they bring in all their friends. And she says there's no oversight. You can basically apply for this stuff, she said, on a cocktail napkin and get money. I mean, it's incredible to think that $10 billion is being stolen out of your state government. This is, she said, on an annual basis. How do you guys survive there?
I don't know how we survive it. I mean, look, they not only have done all that, John, these people are so arrogant and they are so out of touch. They changed our Minnesota state flag. People listening to your program should go look up the new Minnesota state flag and then compare it to the flag of the country of Somalia. They are almost identical, John. This is who these people are. They're not. They don't love America. They don't love the people they represent. And Kristen is a great example. She runs the fraud subcommittee in the House. She's done amazing work, and if she says it's over 10 billion, I'm going to believe Kristen. I'm very sad when I see articles written by our worthless media There was one, they've already proven almost $1 billion of fraud. And what was the article? Well, it's not quite $1 billion. What? So the the hundreds of millions that you acknowledge have been stolen, that's not the issue. The issue is that you don't have the math perfect. I mean, it's outrageous when you look at what goes on in Minnesota. And eventually, the sad part about this, John, is while I don't agree the government should be administering all these programs in the first place, they are intended for the disabled. They are intended for the elderly. They are intended for single mothers that need the assistance so that they can be productive members of our society. These people are stealing from those that need it the most, John. And I don't know how you look the other way. And that's literally what Kristen is complaining about when she's talking to you, is that she keeps uncovering these things. She keeps turning over another stone and finding another fraudulent program, and nobody seems to want to do anything about it. So God bless Donald Trump for wanting to do something about it, J.D. Vance.
Majority Whip Tom Emmer, I'm going to let you go, but before I do that, I've got to bring in your great friend, Dan Oxner, the Ox in Minnesota. He heard you're on. He's got to come in to say hi to his good friend, Tom Emmer. Ops. Hey, Ox, you're on with the Majority Whip for just a moment.
Godzilla, Mr. Congressman, how are you, buddy?
I'm doing well, Dan. I miss you. I miss you, Dan Oxner.
Appreciate that. I'm coming soon, though. I'll be there.
All right. Can't wait to see you. He is a voice of truth in Minnesota, John. We don't have a lot of them.
Well, he just invited me to come up in August. I asked Ann, she wants to go. I'm going to put in my calendar. Majority Whip Tom Emmer doing the yeoman's work. I don't know how this guy, Dan, gets these votes through Congress with a 2-seat majority. It's just unbelievable. I've never seen anything like this. I've been covering the House since Newt Gingrich in '92. I've never seen him get the Whip get all these votes through with a 2-seat majority. And he's always got problems in there. I don't know how he does it, but Tom, super job. Thank you. You want to follow Majority Whip Tom Emmer at GOP Majority Whip at GOP Majority Whip. Final question: Vikings. How many games will they win?
We're going to win the Super Bowl this year. This is our year. I'm telling you right now. I think JJ is the man. Nice to have that gamer kid they picked up from Arizona, but JJ is going to lead us to the promised land. Every year is our year. This one, I'm convinced. We'll see. We'll talk after the first game.
The gamer kid. Okay, that's a classic.
He's a gamer. I mean, the guy's up at 2 a.m. apparently playing Call of Duty when he's got a game the next day at noon, and we've got him in Minnesota. Hey, Tyler, thanks for playing. We'll send you on your way, I'm sure, very soon.
Tom Emmer, thanks for being with
I don't have an opinion aside from that, John. By the way, you got to love my Twins. My Twins spent no money, and they've almost won 40 games already this year. It's amazing.
Hey, I love watching them. I'm a hater, and thank you for giving us Carlos Correa back. He's out for the season. But the Twins did the rebuild the right way. And I've said that on my support show since the beginning. They kept Buxton. They kept Joe Ryan. They kept a couple veterans. They did it the right way. And now they got a bunch of AAA players, young players, enjoying the game, having fun, and that's why they're winning. And it is the right way to do a rebuild. You guys are going to win that division.
John, from your lips to God's ears, I would love that. That would, us Minnesotans, we just like to have a good season, right? Right, Dan? Oh, gosh, golly, gee whiz, the kids did really well this year. Didn't win anything, but they look really good.
No, you're going to win the division. Tigers have tanked, White Sox, but Joe Ryan's going to be the guy. And I tell you what, playing them in even if they get to the wild card, nobody wants to face Joe Ryan in a best of 3 in that first game. He's been dominant this season.
That 4-seamer that rises is one of the best in the game. By the way, where's your son playing this summer, John?
Well, he's still rehabbing. They're determined to get him back at 100% strength. So they had him stay in campus. No summer ball. He's got 2 more years of eligibility with the University of Maryland. He'll probably be their closer. And we look forward to him having a great junior season.
So, Ox, after you get John up to Minnesota, you and I got to go join him in a Maryland baseball game. We got to see this kid of his.
Can't wait.
You got to come. Hey, 8 stops on the Metro, the Green Line. We're good to go. That's it. Eight stops. Tom, thank you. Thank you for being with us. At GOP Majority Whip, at GOP Majority Whip. Quick word from our sponsors. Ox, next.
2.0 is in full effect. How do you keep up with all the action? I'll tell you. TrumpNationNews.com is your inside source for the inside scoop. Manufacturing, jobs, deportations, and the nation's rejuvenation. The first 100 days and beyond. All the news you need and no liberal gibberish. It's the perfect way to start your day. Sign up for the TNN newsletter. Do it today. TrumpNationNews.com. TrumpNationNews.com. Part of the John Fredericks Media Network.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
Now more than ever, it's imperative to support companies that share our conservative values. That's why I can't be more excited to tell you that I've switched my family to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendments, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code Godzilla for free activation.
You can't turn the ball over 5 times like that. Holy crap. I don't know who the hell we think we are when we do something like that. Unbelievable. 5 turnovers. One of them, we've thrown 4 interceptions for touchdowns this year. That might be an NFL record. That's pitiful. I mean, it's absolutely pitiful to perform like that. Pitiful. What's that? Playoffs? Don't talk about it. Playoffs? You kidding me? Playoffs? I just hope we can win a game.
He's your Godzilla of the truth in America.
It's Godzilla!
No gibberish or nonsense, just common sense. And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
All right, you got him. Good to have you with us, as always. And I've got Dan Ochsner coming up. Looks like I bumped into my camera when I was over there. Dan, I'll fix that in a minute after we get to the top of the hour. We got the Oxman cometh. And let me just start, Ox. This segment brought to you by our great friends at the Wellness Company. Their testosterone natural supplement called Zeus. It was called Mars. They just changed the name. It's the same thing. It's now called Zeus. Got it right here. I take 2 of these a day. This was suggested to me by my doctor at the Wellness Company, Dr. Kelly Victory, who took a blood test. And my testosterone level, I'm 68. As you get older, it depletes out. And it was just over the minimum. Like the minimum was like 2.3, whatever, and it was like 2.5 or 2.6. So, just over the minimum. And so my doctor looked at my blood test and she said, hey, take our testosterone supplement. She said, it's not overnight. It'll take about 6 months. So I've been taking it now for 9 months, 2 a day when I get up with a glass of water, which also makes me drink water before I start the coffee machine going. And it's about 7 months later, 6.5, 7 months, I got another blood test because of my age, you have to do that. Checked my testosterone and it was 3.5. So it went up over the danger zone. And this is the only thing I did. I took no needles. I just took 2 of these a day. Now they changed the name to Zeus. So I would suggest this for everybody. It's all natural supplement, naturally helps your testosterone as you get older replenish, which is very important for other reasons that we can't see on the air. You got those reasons, but other reasons as well, just for your overall health. So just go to twc.health/Godzilla, twc.health/Godzilla. Promo code Godzilla. You're going to get 10% off your first order. Check it out. It's going to take 6 months, but it beats getting the shot and the needles and all that. And it's an all-natural supplement. I can say here right now, I've seen it work with my own eyes. Shout out to my doctor from TWC, Dr. Kelly Victory. Thank you, Kelly. Another win for you guys at TWC. I'm your poster child, no doubt about it. And if you think I look great, feel great, got all this energy, well, TWC is part of that. I never get sick. Got their contagion kit, medical emergency kit, and had a ant spider toe. It got infected. Boom, opened up the medical kit, those fire ants or something. Took the antibiotic. 2 days gone. This is all you got to do. Go to twc.health/Godzilla, and you are good to go. Promo code Godzilla, 10% off. Okay, let's get to the Oxman, Ox and Godzilla. Ox, great to have you with us. Great to see Tom Emmer.
Yeah, always a pleasure. Great congressman. And, talking about him being a whip, I've known him since he was on his city council, subsequently a freshman representative in the state house, and then he ran for governor. And when this congressional thing came up and now being the whip, I'm like, you know what? All those years ago, I don't know, 20 years ago, whenever it was, he's made for this. I mean, literally, he's just made for this, and he knows it. And we've talked about that. So it's really good to see somebody just be in the perfect place at the perfect time. Wish there was somebody like that in the Senate, right, John?
We don't have anybody in the Senate worth a crap. Everybody keeps telling me John Thune's their friend. John Thune's a nice guy. John Thune,
yeah, he is.
That. I mean, I'm sure he's a nice guy. Even yesterday, President Trump, I was at the Capitol, covering the White House, and he had a few comments in front of reporters, and he said, hey, John Thune's a good guy. He's a good leader. No, he's not. He's not getting anything done. I mean, I'm tired of this. John Thune's a nice guy. We're all nice guys. You got to get something done, Ox.
Yeah. But that's been the MO of Senate leaders. I think in my lifetime, or maybe it started with Harry Reid, I'm not sure. But I mean, you're measured as a senator by how little you get done. And then they parade it out like, well, we're supposed to be a deliberative body and we're supposed to hold things up and whatnot. And I don't know how you feel, John. Maybe you and I have talked about this. If there'd be any way to go back to having a not the popular vote elect these senators and go back to the whole way it used to be, much more rational way, considering what the body is supposed to be doing and how they're supposed to be operating. Otherwise, I mean, I'm of a mind, why don't they just make it like Congress? And Congress is complicated enough, right? Why don't you just kind of be the second body, just to give it a second look, whatever, originate the legislation in the Congress. Senate looks it over, gives it a second look, thinks about it some more, whatever, votes for it. Instead, they've got these convoluted rules and this and that, right? I mean, nobody can understand how the Senate works. Precious few people can understand how Congress works. So, unfortunately, I think it's a structural thing, and I think Thune is a structural guy. I think this is what senators want, by and large. You get guys like Ron Johnson from Wisconsin, though. Their heads explode by this stuff. I can't believe he's still sane and rational there. But thank God we have people like that there, at least for a check on this thing. But this is how the Senate works. It's kind of meta Senate first, then the rest of the country.
Ox, when are we coming to Minnesota again?
After the primary. So you need to come after August 11th.
Tell me what the date is that we have to fly there.
After August 11th. So that's the big thing. But you got to get here while it's still summer.
So August 11th is a Tuesday
primary. Yep.
So
we'll have the candidates all lined up and everything, and we'll put on a great show.
So you want us to come Wednesday or Thursday?
Either one. Yeah, either one. Come. We'll set you up at our theater for the Friday show, and we'll have some cool guests, and it's where I do the last hour of my show every week. But we'll do the whole show from there. It's downtown. It's an urban theater. It's kind of a cool thing.
So I'd have to set up there at 5 a.m.
Yeah, or the day before.
But then can I get in at 5?
Yes. You're with the Ox. You can do whatever you want, man.
Actually, it wouldn't be 5. It would be like 4:30 because
it'd be early. Yeah, we'll just spend the night there. They got a full bar.
All right. So when do we make our flight? Do we come in Wednesday? You want us to come in Thursday, right?
I mean, it depends on how much you can stomach it. But yeah, I'll show you around. I'll take you to George Floyd Square. I'll show you what all the excitement is. Show you some of the better parts of Minneapolis that you probably don't see. And then maybe even if we can take a quick side trip up and have you wade across the headwaters of the mighty Mississippi River.
All right, we'll book our flight for Thursday after the show. And where are we staying?
Boy, there's always Casa de Ox. There are also some other nice luxury accommodations we can find for you. But the night before you fly out, we'll put you up at the Intercontinental Hotel at the right at the airport there, and you can just walk across the gangway and jump on your flight Sunday morning and shake it all off and go back to your sanity in Washington, D.C.
All right. Do I have to lug all my stuff? Do I have to lug like cameras and stuff, or do you guys have that?
No, yeah, you got to lug all that. I mean, you got to have your advance crew. Your advance crew should probably come in the week before. What?
You're funny. Yes. Yeah. There's no the advance crew. You're looking at them.
I see.
Advance crew.
I just assumed.
Yeah. Well, you assume wrong. Okay. All right. Well, look, we'll go, and it'll be fun, and we're really just going to see your wife Jan. That's the only reason we want to go. Nothing personal.
Kristen told me yesterday, Kristen Robbins, after she was on your show, that she wants to take you to a Twins game too. So you might have a busy schedule.
I know. I might have to go up a day early to see a Twins game. I'm a baseball hater. I hate everybody but my team. But it's tough to hate the Twins when they gave us Carlos Correa back and paid his salary. So now, I don't really mind the Twins. Besides, I like I was telling Emmer, I like the way they did the rebuild. We went through that. I mean, it is what it is. They told the fans, and now they got all these young players from AAA having fun, and they're winning. And I think they're going to win the division. So I think it's going to be fun. But I'm going to come up, and so we're going to have fun. I had Miss Robbins on yesterday, Kristen Robbins. She said that the fraud in Minnesota is topping $10 billion. What is the reaction there to Minnesotans of this?
Well, if you want hot talk with the Ox listeners, outrage, no surprise. We've known this was happening since that first raid. I don't know, what was that, 3 years ago now? I don't know. It feels like it's been going on forever when they first announced that they raided all these Feeding Our Future sites. Like, oh, yeah, game on. Now we're going to find out all this stuff, and we are finding out about all this stuff. Recent poll, though, the polling data in the state, not everybody is that concerned about fraud. It's still not the number one issue. And maybe I think I referenced it possibly in one of my Outside the Box with the Ox features heard on your stations and elsewhere. The Democrats, the independents, especially the coveted, right, all important, we want the independent vote, independence. It's not their number one issue. And that's what the Republicans have right now is that. So we're combating the whole ICE raid thing, the Metro surge thing that didn't go that well. You're combating that. The independents seem to be, miffed about that and all that. And so if they're not that concerned about fraud, mission number one, get people really upset about fraud because apparently they're not upset enough. Then you got to try to get more votes than the other guy. And basically we have 4 months to do that. It's an uphill battle. Minnesotans are just, I don't know, is head in the sand or they just accept the fact that the government's wasting their money and they don't care. But again, I've said so often, the proletariat, the voting proletariat in Minnesota were not served well by our media. We don't really know what's going on. And unfortunately, that's why we have the leadership that we have.
It was amazing. I showed the poll when Tom Emmer was on, the poll that was Fox, that 20% of Americans in this poll say that we're spending too much effort on getting rid of the fraud. So 20% of Americans basically said, hey, the fraud is fine because it's become now a United States industry. It's the fraud industry. And I'm thinking to myself, who are 20% of people that think the fraud in government is okay at this level? Mm-hmm. They're fine with it. Is it just a fraud? Are there 20% of people committing fraud? Or is it just the communists and the Democrats don't care because they know that fraud money somehow goes back to them to win elections and get power? How do you explain 20%, 21% of Americans saying they have no problem with this level of fraud? How do you even explain that?
Well, it's the old adage, there's two kinds of people, if you will, two kinds of politicians, but now it's kind of transcended into just the population. Those who know where the money that funds government comes from and those who don't. I would say that that 20% that you're citing, they've never considered where the money comes from for government. They just think it is. It just exists. It is there. And I think that's the core problem. They really don't get where the money comes from. And I don't know, maybe they're Democrats that are willing to pay and not worry about the fraud. They're rich Democrats, the great oxymoron, or they're not paying taxes, right? They don't care. It's not their tax dollars. But for people that pay their tax bill sometimes twice a year, 4 times a year, if you're in business, whatever, or once a year for regular people filing, you got to look at that and say, that's where the money for government's coming from. It's coming from my taxes. But alas, so many people don't see it that way. They just think money is that the government.
I don't know.
I think that's the issue.
I don't know how a government can survive with $39 trillion of structural debt and what Elon Musk said was $1 trillion in fraud. How do you exist as a country? Eventually, you're going to collapse until you got to get this debt can't keep growing, and this fraud is like, it's just incredible that people are accepting this level of fraud. Like, well, it's okay, they need the money. I just don't get this. That poll, of any poll I've ever seen, that thing, I almost fell off my chair when I saw that.
Yeah, I would read into it not so much that people don't care about fraud, but they're not thinking of the government as their money.
Absolutely incredible. All right, let's go over Minnesota politics. New poll out, Mike Lindell leading. He could win your primary. Is that real?
Yeah, and I've said that, all along. There is a path. There has been a path for Mike Lindell all along. So I got to tell you, there's a small town. I mean, like a small town, like 3,000 people, whatever it is. It's about 15 miles out of St. Cloud. They had a parade the other day, right? I mean, literally, it's not even really a regional center. This is a small town. Mike Lindell was in that parade handing out 1,000 pillows. I mean, that's the kind of, guerrilla marketing, get out there and get it done type thing that has been lacking, I think, in a lot of our politicians. I don't know that any of the other gubernatorial candidates had floats in this. I was in the parade, so I didn't get to see the parade. When you walk in the parade, you only get to see the units right around you. But the Mike Lindell guys were just behind us. And I'm just like, I mean, that's the kind of stuff that this guy's doing. And that's going to win friends. And that's going to win votes. Plus the August 11th primary. It's, in Minnesota, we get like 5 nice days. And if it's a nice day on August 11th, people are going to be at the lake. They're going to take the day off. They're not going to think about voting. So if you got a guy that's at their local small town parade handing out pillows, that could change that paradigm. And they're going to go vote for him. But that being said, it's still a heavy lift. I'm not at all, we have 2 great candidates and Mike Lindell. But, there was did I tell you about the drunk chick at the Republican convention? I was sitting in the back media area for the candidate forum. She was drunk behind me, and she just taps me on the shoulder and says, Mike Lindell, it's the only candidate. We don't care in Minnesota what anybody's like. We don't care what their policies are. We just want to know if we recognize their name. And I'm just like, you know what? People just like that said that about Jesse Ventura. People just like that said that about Al Franken. Boom. They were right. So name recognition is everything. Plus, Mike's got spirit. He's got a different way of campaigning. We'll see. But the big question is, if he can win the primary, how does that then transfer into winning the general election, which is the major concern?
Can you? What is? I know you told me that the winner of the primaries in Minnesota, is it a plurality, a straight plurality? Is it a runoff? How's that?
No runoff. No. Whoever gets the most votes.
So with 3 candidates, you could win with just over 1/3 of the vote.
Yeah. And there are a couple other peripheral candidates still too, right? There's always those randos that are on there. So yeah.
So if he gets 35% of the vote, he can be the Republican nominee for governor.
He could be.
God bless him.
There's a real path.
Apparently, I was reading. I didn't get into the article. I was glancing at it, but apparently, he said Dominion dropped their $1.3 billion suit against him or something. Did I read that right?
Is that what Mike said? I don't know.
I don't know. I saw it on Facebook or somebody sent it to me, but I didn't check it out. So that's why I didn't talk about it today, because half that stuff is not even real. So if I don't verify things 3 times, I don't even talk about it. Ox, thanks. People want to follow you. Where do they go?
At Hot Talk with Ox or KNSIRadio.com. 2 good ways to listen to the Ox.
All right. John Fredericks Media Network. We're going to be right back. I'll be in Minnesota. Looks like August 14th. Can't wait. See you then.
Venezuela, as it deals with a devastating natural disaster. It's killed at least 164 people, almost 1,000 injured.
Powerful back-to-back earthquakes struck Venezuela on Wednesday evening. The 7.2 and 7.5 magnitude earthquakes collapsed buildings and sent panicked residents into the streets as communities across the South American country sustained damage. Buildings were evacuated in cities and areas were impacted as far as Brazil's Amazon, about 1,000 miles from Venezuela's capital. Acting President Delcy Rodriguez declared a state of emergency. The earthquakes, among the strongest to strike Venezuela in more than a century, occurred shortly after 6 p.m. local time. I'm Karen Shaman.
And less powerful quakes have rattled parts of Northern California and Japan. Just as President Trump predicted, oil prices are coming down now that the Iran war seems on its way to being resolved. But the president's upset that gas prices, also on the decline, remain stubbornly high, suggesting that big oil could be to blame.
So it's ExxonMobil, it's Chevron, it's Shell, it's BP, it's a lot of them. The gasoline or the oil prices have come down so much, and we are not seeing anything at the pump by comparison to what it should be.
Today's AAA national average, $3.91 a gallon for regular. That's down a penny from yesterday, but the president says he thinks gas should be going for about $2.25 a gallon. On Wall Street, the Dow futures 90 points higher. NASDAQ futures up 620 points, gain of more than 2%. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-555-2085. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-555-2085. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-555-2085. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-555-2085 or biglou.com.
The Trump administration is offering loans to encourage development of 10 large nuclear reactors to help meet the needs of energy-hungry data centers.
Energy Secretary Chris Wright announced the $17.5 billion worth of loans on Tuesday. He cited what he called a tremendous interest among developers of data centers, known as hyperscalers, those who would buy the power, as well as utility and energy companies. The department said 70 utility and energy companies signed letters of intent that identified proposed sites. Nuclear currently provides about 20% of total electricity in the United States. Bob Agnew reporting.
Many of the attic apartments inside the picturesque buildings of Paris are proving a hostile environment during the blistering European heat wave. Study finds that living under Paris roofs during heat waves increases death risk significantly. Iconic yet heat-conducting zinc rooftops magnify the problem during the heat wave. News and analysis, townhall.com. Well, these guys are members in good standing of the gang that couldn't shoot straight.
Police in Trinidad and Tobago are searching for robbers caught on camera using a backhoe to try to steal a cash machine. Security camera footage shows 4 suspects fumbling around the crime scene. One of them was dressed like Batman. Well, apparently Batman was the leader of this genius group, who is seen constantly tripping over debris and falling down several times as he tried to direct the backhoe. Police believe they left empty-handed. Jason Walker reporting.
Opening the Great American State Fair on the National Mall in Washington, D.C., President Trump celebrating the country's 250th birthday. The president declares that America is back. Last night's rally kicking off weeks of celebrations. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Lifestyles Unlimited is a real estate education group that gives you the roadmap and resources to start building income through real estate. You'll learn practical strategies for using investment properties to create extra income and make informed decisions, one step at a time. Join today for just $297. That's a 60% savings off the regular price of our real estate education program. Text RADIO to 88007. That's RADIO to 88007. Presented by Lifestyles Unlimited.
1775 Coffee is giving away free starter kits. Try the dark or medium roast coffee with longevity blend, an infused blend with anti-aging calcium alpha-ketoglutarate, which has been clinically proven to reduce biological age. When you purchase the first 2 bags, you'll receive a free 1775 starter kit, including a third 16-ounce bag of coffee, a matte black tumbler, a frother, a gold scoop, or a reusable K-cup filter. Just order now at 1775coffee.com/Godzilla and claim your free 1775 starter kit while supplies last.
The Trump administration has brought positive changes when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. If we really want to make America healthy again, well, that starts at home. And that's where the Wellness Company comes in. You see and hear from the Wellness Company doctors all the time, and you know their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy, giving you the opportunity to make sure you're prepared for whatever happens with their prescription medical kits. Additionally, the Wellness Company offers a variety of products, from parasite cleanses to methylene blue to weight loss and so much more. Make America healthy again starts at home. Do your part and protect the health of you and your family. Live a healthier, longer, and more satisfying life. Go to twc.health/Godzilla and order. That's twc.health/Godzilla. Use promo code Godzilla to save 10% today.
Bad decisions limit future options. Make enough bad decisions and you will destroy your life. Listen to The Flatline with your host, Rick Hughes, every Sunday morning on the John Fredericks Radio Network. The Flatline describes a main line of resistance in your soul, built on God's Word. Join us every Sunday morning for 30 minutes of inspiration, motivation, and education, all without manipulation. That's The Flatline with Rick Hughes, heard here every Sunday at 8:30 a.m. on the John Fredericks Radio Network.
Trouble concentrating or recalling information is frustrating, embarrassing, and kills productivity. Nutrition company Healthy Cell created Focus and Recall to boost your brain power. Unlike other supplements that don't work, Focus and Recall is not a pill. It's a gel you swallow with ultra-absorption of science-backed ingredients to help you immediately sharpen focus, concentrate longer, and strengthen recall. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order. Risk-free. Love it or your money back. Guaranteed. Healthycell.com. Code Godzilla.
Hey folks, Al Green here for SatPhone. When you're on the go, you want to know you're connected. If it's a family vacation or an off-the-grid escape to a remote destination, having reliable communication helps you feel safe and secure. You can't afford to find yourself in a dead zone. That's why you need SatPhone. SatPhones are reliable, durable, and give you global coverage. If you can get outside, you can get in touch. It's that simple. Make calls from your SatPhone to any regular cell phone in the United States. The phones are $1,500 value, but you can get yours free. Just sign up for a 15-month plan, $94.95 a month. Get 150 minutes monthly that roll to the next month. Go 3 months without using them, that's fine. Yes, 3 months, 450 minutes, all yours. Visit SAT123.com or call 855-980-5830. SAT123.com, 855-980-5830. Get surety and security with your SatPhone. Call now.
And later on, at summer's close, the crack of bats where heroes rose. We cheered at games beneath the sky, remembering those who sat raise our voices clear and bold, a story that will not grow old.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's The John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man who trucks the truth from coast to coast, John Fredericks.
Well, good to have you with us. I'm John Fredericks, your Godzilla of the Truth in America, your Oracle of the Deplorables. Great to be with you today. Coming to you live in your nation's capital, Washington, D.C., the cleanest, most beautiful, safest city in America. That's what I've been saying for a year, and now President Donald Trump finally taking my line word for word. See, they do listen to what I'm saying. Got elected Ward 2 chairman. Thanks for all of our supporters and donors, Joe Rubin being one of them, won in a landslide there. And I'm going to be representing the White House in my ward. So that's kind of fun, and be on the ANC. So we're looking forward to that, running for that as well. Good to have you with us. Joe Rubin coming up. Oh, my goodness. We have a lot to talk about, Joel. Lace them up and lace them tight, my friend. Your party has gone absolutely bat crap, communist, anti-Semite crazy. Oh, my goodness. Lots to talk about with Joel coming up. As you know, the next couple days, we will be in Colonial Downs at my suite. Racetrack opening today, post time 12:30. As soon as my show is over, see ya. Ann and I going to Colonial Downs for opening weekend. Can't wait to do that. And we'll be doing our show live there tomorrow at Colonial Downs. That's going to be fun in our suite. And also we'll be there on Saturday, too, for our Godzilla Win Show. All that good and all that coming up. Joe Rubin next. But one of the things that I do when I travel is I have my Starlink Mini. If you don't have this thing, this is the greatest thing ever invented by Elon Musk, ever. This thing, I fit it in my briefcase. Okay, it's this big. I don't have it now because I'm packing it for today for the Colonial Downs tomorrow. Like, I don't need a hard line, right? And, you know, those jetpacks, I got like 3 of those, ATT. You know, they're fine, you know, when you're in a hurry in the car. But I tell you what, you get this Starlink Mini, okay, it's $169. And then I pay like $69 a month. So it's actually cheaper than a jetpack. And all you got to do is turn it on and put it by a window, and you get amazing internet speeds. Like when I go to a hotel, like I can't function on the hotel internet. Like you sit there, you wait, then people get on, it slows down. I don't have time for that, man. I got to get connected. I got my Starlink Mini, right? So I'm going to take it to my suite tomorrow, put it right outside, boom. I get the best uploads. In the car, you just put it by your window. It gets you're connected 100% of the time, and it fits in my briefcase. That's how cool this thing is. This is the greatest invention ever. It's very light. It's compact. It's so much fun. It's only $169. If you own a business, this is a must because you're never not connected with a Starlink Mini because you're going to get that satellite connectivity at downloads as if you got a hard line, no matter where you are. That's why it's such a great device. All you got to do is go to sat123.com. Sat123.com. That's where I got my satellite phone. That's where I get my Starlink. Tina Blanco, brilliant lady. Go to sat123.com. Get your Starlink today. You own a business, it's a must. You just take it. You take it right in your bag. You take it in your backpack, and it's light and it's easy. And I don't know why I even have these 3 jetpacks, right? Because those are all like $50 a month. There's $150 down the drain. I never put them on because I got my Starlink. I should just cancel them all, right? But they're better, and you get tremendous speed. Check this out. The new thing, Starlink 123. Go to go to sat123.com and you're good to go. Joining me now, Joel Rubin. Joel is a Democrat, ran for Congress of Maryland. Joel is a Jewish American, and Joel also was Undersecretary of State in both the Obama administration and the Biden administration. Joe Rubin, Tuesday, New York. I'm not even going to frame it. What the hell is going on?
Well, John, first of all, congratulations on your victory, right? I want to start with the positive news. It's good to see someone who's won a race who I want to talk to and who I know doesn't hate me because of my background. So thank you for that, for being a
No,
normal person.
actually, I love you because of your background. The exact opposite.
Thank you,
You're
friend.
a great guy.
Thank you. All right. So to your question, it is a stunning moment in the Democratic Party, one where we are completely going in two different directions. We see a chunk of our base now trending rapidly towards the Democratic Socialists of America Party. And I have some light coming in, so sorry for the splotch look there, but I'll close the shade in a second. But in New York was horrific. We saw 3 races where Mayor Mamdani endorsed, and he won all 3. He did not, however, endorse in every New York race, and in many of those, the Democratic winner was someone who's backed by AIPAC, for example, and is very strongly supportive of Israel, be it Grace Meng or Hakeem Jeffries, Tom Swazi, a bunch of other Democrats in New York. But in the 3 marquee races that he endorsed in, defeating Dan Goldman, defeating Adriana Espaillat, and then taking an open seat to replace Nydia Velasquez, all 3 of his DSA candidates were victorious. And it's a real thunderclap in New York politics. He also did down ballot races as well, and he won all of those. So Mamdani is trying to open up a hard left, anti-Jewish strain inside of the Democratic Party. And at least in New York, he's having some success. It's not across the country yet, but it's percolating around. We could talk about that. But it was a real stunner. And a lot of Democrats are very concerned about what this means, both morally and politically.
Joel, some are saying that the ascendancy of the communist wing of your party, and that's what it is, the Democrat in front of socialist, is basically a cover.
Yeah.
Right? This is a communist uprising within America. It's real, and it's within your party. But some are saying that it's not necessarily fueled by economics. It's equally fueled by anti-Semitism, anti-Israel, anti-Jewish people. Elaborate on that.
So the unifying factor in all of the races where Mamdani engaged, and so let's call it that, but then I'll call it DSA for simplicity's sake, but I agree with you. It's the party that wants free stuff. The DSA, it's the folks who are, when you look at the demographics, by the way, of the districts, it was the gentrifying rich white yuppie kids who ended up voting mostly for these candidates, and the black and brown older residents voted for the other candidates who lost. So there's a lot of peeling back that we can look into on that as well. But the unifying factor amongst these candidates is that they espouse a hatred of Israel, that they are incredibly obnoxious to American Jewish institutions and organizations, and that they publicly creating a culture of incitement against American Jews, who, by the way, are American Jews, right? And try to portray us as some kind of foreign alien body manipulating and controlling behind the scenes. The Tucker Carlson, right? Like, there are a lot of folks out there who do this. And we tend to call them in the Jewish world anti-Semites. And so, there's an example. Mamdani did a rally a couple of days before the election where he called AIPAC. And for folks who aren't tracking this so closely, AIPAC is the traditional pro-Israel lobby, more conservative politics. Frankly, to the right of a lot of the Democratic Party, no doubt about it. But a lot of donors from different walks of life, mostly Jewish, but not exclusively. That's not how it operates. And Mamdani called them monsters. And he was criticized by Jewish institutions that are not political for this, and he wouldn't back off. He doubled down when asked about it. And if there's one thing we know about hate, the folks who really want to traffic in hate, their first step is to dehumanize their opponent. And you call someone else a monster because you don't agree with their politics, you're dehumanizing them. And so that was a real stunner, and that's a real problem.
Why the hate all of a sudden for American Jews on the left? What's driving this?
I think what's happening is we're in this horrific, perfect storm, imperfect storm, but a perfect storm of a combination of the wars in the Middle East, where you have a lot of pain and suffering. There's a lot of death in Gaza and Iran, period. You have an activist class here that's always been in the base of the Democratic Party that is very tied to Palestine, very tied to opposing the state of Israel writ large. It never really gained a lot of traction. And now, because of the war and the sort of ongoing assaults there, they have used that to mobilize on campus, as you saw, after October 7th. And one of the candidates, actually, who's going to be a member of Congress, Daria-Lisa Chevalier, we call her, we're basically saying she was there. So what we mean by that is she was there on October 8th, the day after, at pro-Hamas rallies, essentially screaming against the state of Israel while Israelis were still being dragged into tunnels in Gaza, and she was protesting Israel. So that's the strain. And what's happened in Democratic politics in the base is that this was always one of the many issues. And so the Palestinian activist group would always try to get that to a higher level of the issues of the broader progressive community. And after Gaza, it jumped to the top. And now you add to that the layering of Donald Trump, and there's this just hysteria consistently about him. And then you add to that the war now in Iran and the Prime Minister Netanyahu, and it all just comes together. And then there's money with AIPAC, a large PAC, super PAC, along with many other super PACs, that is spending significantly to defeat these candidates. And it's all just come together in the bluest of blue districts in particular. But it's now here in Maryland. Chris Van Hollen, for example, is really heading that way, where they basically are now saying that it's good politics to oppose Israel, and the best way to do that is to attack Jewish American institutions as part of that process, which is honestly, I just, one more thing I got to say, really disappointing as an American Jew in general, morally, but when I talk politically, American Jews have been like one of the foundation communities of the Democratic Party. Like going back 100 years, civil rights organizations, we vote 3/4 Democrat in national elections, and significant donations, you name it, in the infrastructure. And now we're getting attacked harshly by people who are newcomers to the Democratic Party as if we're somehow the problem. And then you play into a lot of long-standing anti-Semitic tropes that it feeds right into about Jews and money and power. And that's why we are where we are right now. Sorry, that's a long answer.
No, thank you. Is there fear running through the more moderate Democrat Jewish community?
Absolutely. Absolutely. A day doesn't go by where I'm not in a meeting or a discussion with colleagues or friends where people aren't wondering what they'll do. Do they have a place anymore? Can they fit? Can I fit? The numbers don't lie. The spike in anti-Semitism in this country is real. The FBI says so. The ADL says so. We are the #1 targeted religious minority in the country by far as a percentage. In New York, hate attacks against Jews have gone up 9-10 times in this just calendar year. And so it's not just the political environment, it's the physical environment. When I go to synagogue now, I can't get into my synagogue. They have to unlock it with the security guards to let me in. I can't just walk.
Whoa. Say that again.
Yeah. So when I go to synagogue on Shabbat, on Saturday morning, I have to wait for them to unlock the door to let me in. In the biggest synagogue in the heart of Washington, D.C., called Adas Israel, the oldest synagogue in the city, established in the late 1800s. We spend $1 million a year on physical security for our synagogue. And that is everywhere. And that is not disappearing. And so when the political environment is as such, it's a permission structure to people to continue to attack, harass, and go after Jews, frankly.
Joe Rubin, where is that synagogue in D.C.?
Right in the heart of Cleveland Park, man. Right there, Adas Israel, on Connecticut Avenue. And it's like right in the heart of Cleveland Park when you go north on Connecticut, just after the sort of commercial zone before you get into more of a residential stretch. It's a beautiful, large synagogue. Presidents speak there. It's the oldest synagogue in the city. It's the biggest synagogue in the city. It's a very open, liberal community. I mean, I tell you, this is how we self-describe. A very thoughtful community of people, of many leaders from the political community of Washington, D.C. A great school for young kids. They call it the Gun, which is Hebrew for garden. Many people go there, not just Jewish kids, for the pre-K. So it's a really fun, fancy is overstated, but very beautiful place. And now it's like in lockdown on a daily basis.
What do you tell your family?
So I have 3 daughters. They're very aware. They're very smart. They know that here we have a lot of, in this part of the country, we have a lot of allies and support, but I tell them also to be smart. We talk about bullying online. They are very angry about the language being used towards Jews. It bothers them. They don't like it. They have strong identities, but they're not, overtly actively like religious, and they're American kids who are Jewish. And I tell them, that we have been through worse, and we will persist. We have many friends in this country, and we have many friends around the world, but it is not, it's not a comfortable thing for me, because I don't like the idea that someone's just going to start harassing my child because they happen to be born Jewish. I think it's horrifying that they will get targeted because their last name is a Jewish sounding last name, right? But that is a reality right now, and so you give them the support. You're always there, and you have pride in who you are. So I'm going to Israel on Sunday for a week for a security conference. I'm proud of being Jewish, and it's not going to change because there are a bunch of people out there who are hating on my people and want me to stop being Jewish. In fact, there's one thing you know about Jewish people, John, we're pretty thick-necked. We're not going to take this, and we're not. But it's very difficult right now.
Are your parents still with us?
Oh, yes.
What do they think about this?
In all their glory. They are in Squirrel Hill.
In Pittsburgh.
Yes, sir.
Yinzers.
They're Yinzers. They might be the only people in Pittsburgh who don't follow football. But my dad's a New Yorker who met my mother at Carnegie Mellon many years ago during college. She's from Pittsburgh, and they're still there in Squirrel Hill. If you're a Squirrel Hill Jew, you have a bit of a different view of these things, because they were at the Tree of Life Synagogue.
The one that got bombed, right?
No, it got attacked by a terrorist who went in with a gun and shot and killed 11 people on the Shabbat Saturday morning. They were there for the Friday night service, which is the beginning of the Sabbath. For your viewers, the Jewish Sabbath begins on sundown Friday and ends on sundown Saturday. So on Friday, we have a Sabbath service, and then on Saturday morning, we have it in synagogue. And so that's sort of the typical way of doing things. So they went to synagogue on Friday night, went home. Saturday morning, the guy goes into the synagogue when they're preparing for the Sabbath prayers that morning on Saturday, and that's where he massacred 11 people. And so Squirrel Hill Jews are we have that in our mind. And I think that's why Sarah Fetterman, who's a Pittsburgh guy, basically made common cause with the Jewish community. It was like, at this point, nothing I do will ever create separation between me and the Jewish community. And that's, I think, why he's so strong on Israel support, despite all of the political blowback he gets. And they are, pissed off. We're all pissed off. My family got here in 1905. My great grandfather was the immigrant. My grandfather served in World War II. All his brothers were in World War II. My dad was in the reserves during Vietnam. We're like regular local American people, and and very tied to being Jewish and proud of our roots and our connection to Israel. And we are pissed off. Frankly, we're pissed off. There, how's that? How's that for
That's
the?
good. No, Joe.
Stop.
I mean, I'm just trying to. Our audience is trying to understand, our non-Jewish audience, what
Yes.
you're going through. Obviously, our Jewish audience, listening to you, you're resonating because they're going through the same thing.
Well,
As
it's very demoralizing, if I may say, John. As an active participant in American life, as a father of children, as someone who, for me personally, I've engaged in public service as you have, and you understand. We're trying to build a better America, and we're allowed to have our arguments and debates, and you and I have different viewpoints on a variety of policy issues, and this is normal in a healthy democracy. What's not normal is to use hate to mobilize political power. And to me, that's where it slips into over the line. There are going to be haters because they hate because they're ethnic bigots, right? And they're going to hate Jews. And that's just sort of like a ridiculous but unfortunate factor of life. What is very dismaying to me at this moment is to see a political environment where it sees an advantage politically by engaging in that kind of hatred and incitement. That is new. That is not something that I grew up around. That is something that, our generation, it was always shunned. You don't do that. You don't do anti-Semitism as part of your platform to get people to vote for you. And that's now flipping. And that's what's very distressing also as someone who's engaged in the political process.
See, what you just said, I think, really sums this up, that using hate as a political motivation against Jews. I mean, that what you just said there is really what I was trying to get to the bottom of. Like, what is, because a lot of people that I talked to after New York yesterday at the White House were telling me that, because I was there, I was in the pool yesterday, saying that this was less about economics and more about hating Jews. That's what the motivating thing. They were saying that if you look at the numbers, that's the one thread that was consistent throughout. So let me ask you this. I'm just throw this out there, and I can feel your anguish and pain. Okay, I can feel it. Very palpable, Joe. So thank you for sharing this.
Thank you.
Is there a home for your community within our Republican tent? Is there a home for you here?
It is a conversation that a lot of folks are having. It's a challenging one because there's so many things that go into a decision about what party one wants to be a part of. But if you're looking at it from a purely Jewish lens right now, and if that's the only determining factor, right? And I would not recommend that there only be one determining factor for anybody to join a political party. But I wouldn't say that, you should ever ignore the thing that you care about most either. I would say that there is a sense of being pushed out right now by the party, not necessarily that people are ready to jump, but the being pushed out, which means that, there's a group, there's a set of people like myself who are long-standing Democrats who are concerned about not just being the Jewish dynamic, A, then B, being pushed out. And here's the one edgy angle where I'll get blowback for what I'm saying now from some people who say, well, it's not Jewish, it's just anti-Israel, Joel. So we like Jews, we just don't like Israel. Okay. But that is an argument that people make. Like Mamdani says, I support Jewish safety. I just don't think Israel should exist. Make that make sense, okay, John? But that's what he says, and it still works for some people ridiculously. But that is a thing. But I do think that there's an opportunity, and I guess I'm publicly saying what I'm hearing privately, for people like me to flip. But it's gonna be because of a sense of being pushed out. And also, I'll tell you this, you want to be in environments where you don't feel like people hate you because of who you are. Ultimately, this the Yiddish word is kishkas. You notice in your bones, you notice in your kishkas that politics is a sport of feeling and emotion as much as it is of the head. And if you lose that feeling, man, then the connection is severed. And I think that's the risk that we're at right now for Jews in the Democratic Party.
There's a home for you with us. I got to figure it out. I remember having this conversation, 5.5 or 6 years ago, before a lot of this came out, because you could see the beginning of it. I remember having this exact conversation with Ivanka and Jared in a meeting. Just exact conversation. Like, there's got to be a way, because this is coming. And I think Ivanka understood it, and so did Jared, because they live it every day like you guys do. Especially Jared has been through this with his family, so he's not really involved now in policy other than the negotiation. But many of us feel your pain. Thank you for coming on and sharing that so we can understand it. Thank you.
Oh, you're a real gem for asking about it. I really do appreciate your allowing me to talk about it with your audience as well.
My love to you and your family, and to your daughters. I know what they must be going through, and it's a shame that when you go to your synagogue, you have to knock on the door. I mean, that's just got to be disheartening. Joel, I got to go. Thank you, though. People want to follow you. Joel, where do they go?
Well, the briefing book on Substack is the best, and then I think that's the way to go. I have a Substack called The Briefing Book. And,
all right, Joel, thank you, and thank you for having me, and have me back on The Briefing Book anytime. Maybe this is a good convo for your audience. Maybe there's a home for you.
I think so.
Thank you, Joel.
I think so. John,
all right,
appreciate you.
Thank you. Stephanie Bahala coming up. DC Dispatch 9. Stay with us.
Coffee is giving away free
Yay.
starter kits. Try the dark or medium roast coffee with longevity blend and infused blend with anti-aging calcium alpha-ketoglutarate, which has been clinically proven to reduce biological age. When you purchase the first 2 bags, you'll receive a free 1775 starter kit, including a third 16-ounce bag of coffee, a matte black tumbler, a frother, a gold scoop, or a reusable K-cup filter. Just order now at 1775coffee.com/Godzilla and claim your free 1775 starter kit while supplies last.
Folks, this is Crom Carmichael, CEO of Soul Tea. I have recently turned 77 years old. I do not take prescription drugs. I have not had to take prescription drugs, and I attribute a lot of my good health to a product that I've been taking, which is the active ingredient in Soul Tea. It's a 22% concentration of theaflavin. We did clinical trials on it 25 years ago and found that it helped lower cholesterol. We have had many, many hundreds of letters and emails from customers telling us how it has helped them not only manage their cholesterol, but lower their triglycerides and help them on their blood pressure. And I can't tell you how much I attribute to Soul Tea for my good health at age 77. And I encourage you to go to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. And use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% off on your initial shipment of Soul Tea. And I promise you it will be a great help for your heart health. Thanks so much.
And they're off. This summer, the Thunder returns to Colonial Downs Racetrack. Live thoroughbred racing June 25th through September 7th. Feel the excitement. Hear the roar of the crowd. Experience Virginia's premier horse racing destination every Thursday through Sunday all summer long. Bring the whole family for Family Fun Sundays, packed with activities for all ages. Parking? Free. General admission? Free. Memories? Priceless. Make Colonial Downs Racetrack your new summer fun time tradition. Get tickets and race day info now at colonialdowns.com.
Now more than ever, it's imperative to support companies that share our conservative values. That's why I can't be more excited to tell you that I've switched my family to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendments, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code Godzilla for free activation.
The Bears are who we thought they were. And that's why we took the damn field. Now, if you want to crown them, then crown their ass. But they are who we thought they were. And we let them off the hook.
Don't touch that dial. You found your home of the truth.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
With the best analysis in America.
You can't handle the truth.
And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
"10 Minutes with Stephanie." Do we have Stephanie with us? We have Stephanie, Dan? There she is. Oh, Stephanie, good to see you. Stephanie Bohaya. She is the Senior Director of Marketing and Communication and the #1 pollster for Heritage Action. Stephanie, thanks for joining with us today. I got 10 minutes, then we got to set up for DC
Good morning.
Dispatch. So thank you for being with us. Stephanie, I was excited about having you on today, and you got to get on a regular basis. You're the only, other than John McLaughlin, you're the only pollster that I really trust that can give it to the people straight. So thank you for what you do. And I had a great narrative today on my vision for the Heritage Foundation that Dan is going to send me. I'm going to send it to you guys because I have a vision, and maybe it fits with you guys, maybe it doesn't. But I really think your organization is on the cusp of something big. I love Dr. Kevin Roberts. He's a populist. You got rid of all the old guard. You know, don't let the door hit you in the butt on the way out. I don't really care. The new people you got in, they're movers and shakers. They believe in the populist movement. And you're taking the Heritage Foundation from a sleepy, Reagan, Bush this, Bush that, traditional Republican on the cut. You guys can be on the tip of the spear of MAGA 2.0. And I really feel strongly about this. I think you guys are going to be something to be reckoned with going forward. I want you to shape the future of MAGA 2.0. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so that's a great segue into a poll that I had pulled up that I wanted to talk about today from Quinnipiac. That they were, I thought it fit well with the America 250 theme, and they polled folks on life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Americans say the U.S. is falling short. So I wanted to kind of pull that together, and that fits in very nicely with what Heritage is trying to do, right? We're connecting with families, pursuing opportunity for work and wealth, and preserving the future for generations to come. We want people to succeed. We want families to be whole. We believe in the American dream. We want people to be able to own a home, and we understand that the economy is difficult. And so, how do we get to these solutions? There's a lot that goes into it, and so I'm very excited about what we're doing at the Heritage Foundation and Heritage Action to get those policies across the finish line at the federal level, but also at the state level. A lot of people don't know that we work in, I think we're in 30 states now, trying to push conservative policy in state houses and get legislators the policies that they need so that they can bring relief and, hope and prosperity to their states.
All these polls out there showing that how discontent people are, Trump underwater with the economy. We have a phenomenal economy. Gas prices are going down. And then, now I get polls out showing that the Democrats don't like America. They don't want to celebrate, the 250. They think they don't like our country. They don't believe in us. I mean, what is going on here?
I don't know that the polls are correct. So, I just mentioned this Quinnipiac poll that I pulled up to share with your listeners today. And it's very much the Democrats and the independents are heavily, saying that, our best days are behind, reading through the tabs, our best days are behind us, that they're not proud to be American, that they think freedom of speech is in danger, that democracy isn't healthy, that they don't believe in the American dream is within reach. So I dig, and the numbers are very fascinating to me because on all of these, when you look at the Republican numbers, they're very high. They believe, they're proud of their country. They do believe that their rights are being protected. They agree that the economy is faltering and needs some help. But that's easy to see because you can look at your pocketbook, right? But then I decided, okay, so what is the data really saying? And I pulled open the methodology, which I always do. That's the first thing I do. I read a poll and I read the results. And the first thing I do is go over to the methodology. And I see that the party identification, the breakdown of the demographics on this poll is heavily overweighted on independents. So it's got independents as 39% of Americans, which is just not true. There might be pockets where 39% of Americans, are independents, but that is not largely true. They've got Republicans at 22%. So you can see how these polls get really skewed, right? When you're not digging into how the data is being weighted, who's being asked these questions. And the numbers get published and the news media, the media picks it up and they talk about it, and then it makes everybody feel bad, right? But to what end? For clicks, to get people to read a story. And it kind of upsets me when I see things like this, because there are better ways and more honest ways to collect data that is more reflective of what middle America thinks. We've seen some polls in last week, also from Quinnipiac, saying that the Republicans are in trouble in November, that they're in deep, deep trouble. I don't disagree that it's going to be a tough fight. I don't think it's upside down, as they say it is. But what you don't see is polling district by district, right? And so that's what's important, is you get a holistic number of how people feel generally about the party that's not indicative of how people are going to vote in an individual congressional district.
Fake news, fake polls to drive a narrative. All these polls, like you just said, where they skew the respondents in order to get the narrative that they want to push the narrative, which is Democrats are going to win 30 seats. They can't win the House. They're going to lose the Senate. I don't know how many polls I've seen of people saying we're going to lose the Senate. You go state by state. They have zero math to win the Senate. I think we're going to actually pick up a seat. But this is what they do. They put out, you start with the fake news. So you have fake narratives. The New York Post got caught up at the other day, sending out a headline saying that, the Iran was closing the straits. And meantime, we got aerial photos of hundreds of ships going through at the time they put the headline out. I mean, and this is the New York Post. So everybody's getting caught up in this. And all anybody sees is, oh, they're closing the straits. Well, it was a completely fake. Oh, they didn't check it out. They put it up. Then they retracted it. Then everybody else picks it up. And then the narrative is the Iran deal has failed. We're back to war. Gas going to go back to $5. The straits are closed. All false. Get the fake news. And then they do fake polls to push their narrative. And that's why you have to be a critical guest on our show every week to define the truth and clarity.
Yeah, truth and the Godzilla of truth. That's why I'm here. I love what you're doing, John. And I feel a duty to the American public. That's why I got into politics, especially in communications, is so that people understand what the truth is about politics in America and the way that policy is talked about in the media, but also by their politicians, their elected leaders. The talking points are rarely true and never the full story. So it's important to be able to dig into those things. And I know that people are busy, and you're going to see a poll or you're going to see a headline, and you don't have time. So that's why I'm here.
They just put it out there, you see it, and then you believe it, and you don't have time to dig into it because it just rolls past your phone. And then, okay, the straits are closed. No, they're not closed. Ships are going through. and they're going to continue to go through, and they have no ability to close it. But this is the biggest example of the fake news. And then you have fake polls saying, Trump is underwater on the economy, and we're about to have the biggest economic renaissance in the history of the republic coming in the next 60 days. It's unbelievable. Stephanie, I got to go. I got to sit up for DC Dispatch. We're excited, though, to have you in studio next week.
Looking forward to it. Thank you, John.
Stephanie Buhaila. If people want to follow you, Steph, where do they go?
At Stephanie Buhaila on X.
Keep fighting. We're going to see you next week live. Ooh, maybe we'll, have lunch, all that good stuff.
Sounds great. Thanks, John.
Ann's looking forward to meeting you. I'll see you next week. DC Dispatch Net got a couple of clips going. We got to sit up and we got to roll. I'll be right back. Ryan Hammett in the house.
For the first time ever, we're bringing you MyPillow mattresses and mattress toppers for as low as $99.98. Remember, sleep's all about temperature and pressure points. Whatever sleep needs you have, we have the right technology for you. Like our MyPillow mattress topper, our queen size has over 10,000 individual comfort supports to help relieve your pressure points. And how about our 3-inch Hybrid Plus mattress topper? It's infused with copper and silver to help your body get the restorative sleep it needs. And our MyPillow and Case Coil mattresses, I personally helped develop these mattresses to make sure they have everything needed to give us great sleep. Plus, they're made right here in the USA, and they ship right to your front door, absolutely free.
Go to MyPillow.com or call 800-854-0504 and use promo code Godzilla to get MyPillow mattresses and toppers for as low as $99.98 and free shipping.
In 2008, the amount of concentrated time people could spend on a task without becoming distracted was 12 seconds. 5 years later, it was only 8 seconds, 1 second less than a goldfish. If you're often distracted or have trouble recalling information, you're likely to fall behind in the demanding, fast-paced 21st century. In other words, brain performance is more critical now than ever. Boost your brain power with Healthy Cell's Focus Plus Recall. Science-backed nootropics to help you sharpen focus, concentrate longer, enhance recall, improve mental speed, learn rapidly, and be more alert. It's a pill-free brain supplement made with maximum absorption ingestible gel technology, designed to feed your brain at the cellular level. Take it for a test drive. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order of Focus Plus Recall. That's healthycell.com, code GODZILLA for 20% off.
He's your Godzilla of the truth in America.
It's Godzilla!
No gibberish or nonsense, just common sense. And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
There has never been anything like the United States of America, and together we are making it bigger and better and stronger and far more exceptional than ever before. Today we have the largest economy on earth. We have the strongest military on earth. We have the most powerful technology on earth. We have the greatest culture on earth. And above all, we have the greatest people on earth. Greatest. Under our leadership, America will also be a nation that dares to dream and to build again. We want to build again and dream again. The American dream is alive again. That's something that nobody thought they'd be saying when you went through that last 4 years of incompetence. For the 100th anniversary of our founding in 1876, America completed the Washington Monument, and the work began on the Statue of Liberty. For our 150th year, we built Colonial Williamsburg. Remember that, Colonial Williamsburg, how beautiful it was. For the 200th year, we built the National Air and Space Museum and renovated the United States Capitol. For our 250th anniversary, we are likewise building new monuments to American greatness to serve every future president and First Lady. We're building the most beautiful ballroom anywhere in the world right at the White House. Right at the White House. It's going to be completed very soon. And just across the bridge in front of Arlington Cemetery, we're building a magnificent, really beautiful. This is going to be something you're going to like, a totally magnificent triumphal arch to honor the 250-year triumph of the American spirit, American military, and frankly, American competence. In West Potomac Park, we are creating the National Garden of American Heroes, featuring 250 or more statues of the greatest Americans who have ever lived. It's going to be beautiful. And next week at Freedom Plaza, we will unveil the Spirit of 76 exhibition honoring the heroes and martyrs of the American Revolution. On the 4th of July, 1 year ago, I signed the largest tax cuts in American history, the largest spending cuts in American history, and the largest regulation cuts in American history by far. In the American Revolution, they had a saying, no tax on tea. But with the great big beautiful bill, we did even better. We gave you no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors. And we also made interest on auto loans. You go out and buy an automobile, the interest on the loan is fully tax deductible. Never happened before, but only if the car happens to be made in America. And we're setting records in automobile construction. Our country is strong again, our country is wealthy again, and our country is safe again. In January 2025, we inherited the worst, most dangerous, most wide open and insecure border in history. And we have quickly turned it into the strongest, most secure border in the history of our country. For the past 13 months, 0 illegal aliens have been admitted into the United States. 0. We're removing murderers, gang members, drug dealers, and dangerous criminals by the thousands. They came in through a ridiculous open border. I want to say a very special thanks to all of the men and women who have helped liberate America from this scourge, the heroes of ICE and Border Patrol. You are heroes. You are heroes. And we got critical race theory out of our schools. And I signed the largest expansion of school choice in history. And we have begun the process of abolishing the Federal Department of Education. Thank you, Linda. Because we're sending education back to the states where it belongs. We banned the transgender mutilation of children. And we made it the official policy of the United States government that there are only 2 genders, male and female. We got men out of women's sports. We renamed the Gulf of Mexico after 350 years. They are 100 years older than we are. We named the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America, and restored the name of a great president, William McKinley, to Mount McKinley, where it belongs. And last week we signed a historic agreement to end the conflict with Iran, fully open the Strait of Hormuz, and accomplish what no president has ever been able to accomplish before. Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. That's done. How they do it. I don't know how they do it. Then on July 4th, we will have the greatest show of all on the National Mall. Your favorite president will be speaking. So please show up. Because if we have 2 empty seats, you know what's going to happen? The fake news is going to say, he didn't fill out the arena. No, I'll be speaking. I'll be very proudly speaking as we ring in our 250th year with the largest fireworks display in world history, 10 times larger than any that we've ever done in Washington or in the United States. So
WJFN W224EB 92.7 FM Chester, W299DB 107.7 Bon Air, 100.5 FM Goochland, and WJFB Port.
Breaking news this hour from Town Hall. I'm Rich Thomason. An inflation barometer that's closely monitored by the Fed has jumped through a 3-year high, now topping 4%, and falling oil prices are expected to turn things around soon. Venezuela is reeling from a 1-2 punch delivered by 2 strong earthquakes, killed at least 164 people, injured almost 1,000.
Back-to-back powerful earthquakes have hammered Venezuela, collapsing buildings in the capital of Caracas. The U.S. Geological Survey says the first earthquake had a magnitude of 7.1 along the country's Caribbean coast. Minutes later, an even larger 7.5 magnitude earthquake struck. The U.S. Pacific Tsunami Warning Center has issued tsunami alerts for Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands. I'm Lisa Dwyer.
Placing her country under a state of emergency, Venezuelan President Delcy Rodriguez thanking a host of nations offering help in search, recovery, and rebuilding.
Estados Unidos, Panamá, Qatar, Cuba, Nicaragua, Turquía, Jordania, Barbados, Curazao, Colombia, Reino Unido, Brazil, Mexico.
No reports of serious injuries or damage from earthquakes that rattled Northern California and Japan. President Trump presiding over opening ceremonies on the National Mall last night for a weeks-long celebration of America's 250th anniversary.
Tonight, as we stand on the edge of our 250th year of independence, I am thrilled to declare that America is back.
The Commerce Department reports the U.S. economy expanded at a solid 2.1% annual pace, January through March. And on Wall Street, Dow futures up 119 points. NASDAQ futures ahead 680. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. After 15 years and over 50,000 cancellations, I can tell you with confidence, we know how to get you out of your timeshare. Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit guide absolutely free with all your options for cancellation. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-926-5959. That's 800-926-5959. 800-926-5959.
One of the most intricately decorated parts of the Vatican's Apostolic Palace, a passageway frequented by popes and presidents and attributed to a Renaissance master, is getting its first facelift in 5 centuries.
Raphael is considered one of the greatest artists of the Italian Renaissance and was also an accomplished architect. His 65-metre-long loggia, or windowed corridor, is on the 2nd floor of the Vatican City Apostolic Palace. The biblical scenes and botanical motifs on the arched ceiling have deteriorated due to successive layers of glues and waxes. The corridor was also open to the elements for around 100 years. Now the restoration work, funded by international donors, is expected to return the original vibrancy to the pastel tones of the work.
The BBC's Alice Adderley. U.S. House members pledging support for Taiwan as they welcome Taiwan's legislative president to Washington. News and analysis, townhall.com. Olympic athletes can look forward to coming away from the Games not only with medals but with some extra green in their pocket.
The International Olympic Committee is committing to paying more than $100 million directly to athletes. It's creating a fund for $10,000 grants athletes can apply for after competing at the Summer or Winter Games. The cash commitment from the IOC comes after growing calls in recent years to pay prize money at the Olympic Games. That money will be available to the nearly 3,000 athletes who competed at the 2026 Milan Cortina Winter Games. I'm Julie Walker.
A Liberian oil tanker has navigated the Strait of Hormuz using a new route close to Oman's shores. It's been promoted by the Arab country and a UN maritime agency. This latest development from earlier today comes amid ongoing threats from Iran's Revolutionary Guard. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Hey folks, Al Green here for SatPhone. When you're on the go, you want to know you're connected. If it's a family vacation or an off-the-grid escape to a remote destination, having reliable communication helps you feel safe and secure. You can't afford to find yourself in a dead zone. That's why you need SatPhone. SatPhones are reliable, durable, and give you global coverage. If you can get outside, you can get in touch. It's that simple. Make calls from your SatPhone to any regular cell phone in the United States. The phones are $1,500 value, but you can get yours free. Just sign up for a 15-month plan, $94.95 a month. Get 150 minutes monthly that roll to the next month. Go 3 months without using them, that's fine. Yes, 3 months, 450 minutes, all yours. Visit SAT123.com or call 855-980-5830. SAT123.com, 855-980-5830. Get surety and security with your SatPhone. Call now.
It's finally here, our second annual mega sale. This sale only comes around once a year, so take advantage of the best offers ever while you can. For example, save 50% on our Giza Dream bed sheets, as low as $29.98. And for the first time ever on TV, My Pillow mattresses and My Pillow mattress toppers, as low as $99.98. And you save 50% on our Lux Pure 6-piece towel sets. Regular $69.98, now only $39.98. And our best-selling standard My Pillows, regular $49.98, on sale for $17.98. Wait on it, mega sale only $14.98. But wait, there's more. To make the mega sale even more special, when you order right now, your order's going to ship absolutely free.
To take advantage of the second annual mega sale, go to mypillow.com or call 800-854-0504 and use promo code Godzilla.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
Ponder this. All of God's children, you and I, have been created in God's own image. It's hard to fathom, isn't it? One thing we do know about God is that He's perfectly free. So He created us perfectly free to follow Him and free to deny Him. We have the choice. Our choice, however, has eternal consequences. It is the biggest decision in your life. I'm sure that most of you, if not all of you, want the final elevator ride to go up, not down. How we live on this earth determines our eternal destination, up or down, heaven or hell, and yes, hell is real. God has rules for us to follow in order to be admitted into His heavenly home. Just like the rules you may have for people to enter your home, maybe you do not allow smoking or profane language. God too has rules. There are 10 of them. We are called to obey His rules, not to change them, adapt them, or ignore them. The 10 Commandments guide our entry into eternal life. We must obey His rules in order to enter His heavenly home. I'm Susie Kelly, and I am passionately Catholic.
All right, folks, I need you to do something right now. Go to johnfredericksradio.com and take our brand new 2028 Republican presidential straw poll. Who do you want leading the ticket? Don't let the elites decide. Make your voice heard. While you're there, weigh in on 2 huge issues: eminent domain reform and President Trump's tariff policies. Are they protecting American workers or hurting growth? This is your movement, your vote, your voice, your choice. Go to johnfredericksradio.com right now and take the poll.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's The John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man about whom Sean Connery once said, "Now that's a cool cat," John Fredericks.
Well, welcome back to the John Fredericks Media Network, and I'm your host, John Fredericks. I am your Godzilla of the Truth in America, your Oracle of the Deplorables. Thanks for being with us today. Opening day, Colonial Downs. Yeah, of course, I'm going to be there live tomorrow in our suite. Don't want to miss that. But it is my favorite time of the week. This is Thursday at 9 o'clock or so. That means we have DC Dispatch. We're going to get to that in a minute. This segment brought to you by our great friends at Pat Mobile, Patriot Mobile. I tell you what, I got 3 phones right here. Say, who's got 3 phones? I do 1, 2, 3. Here they are, all 3 of them. Why do I have 3 phones? Because Obama said I got a phone and a pen. So I said I'm going to get 3 phones and 3 pens. So I got 3 phones. So I run the company, but it's all on Patriot Mobile because who can afford 3 phones? You got to get a deal. Now, the great thing about Patriot Mobile, BOGO. You know what a BOGO is? Not for phones. Buy 1 carrier, get 1 free. So I just chose Verizon and AT&T. Could have chose anybody, but here's what that means. When I'm in DC, great coverage for AT&T. It's super. As soon as you get to Maryland, forget about it. It all goes to Verizon. So my phones automatically flip over. It costs me nothing. So I get 5 bars no matter where I go. Greatest deal in history, $59 a month. You got to go to patriotmobile.com. Plus, a portion of their profit goes to Christian conservative causes, not woke companies, DEI, and all that stuff. So it is a win-win situation, better coverage, great people, money goes to a great cause, 2 for 1, and the coverage is phenomenal. You know what? Everybody else will be in that White House, right, in the press room. They're tapping on their phone. They can't get a code. They can't get coverage. I got it. Why? Because I got Patriot Mobile, because it just flips over to whatever works. Brilliant, Glenn Story. All you got to do is go to patriotmobile.com. patriotmobile.com, promo code Godzilla. Everything is there for you. Promo code Godzilla, or you can give them a call, and they'll actually answer the phone in Dallas, and they speak English. And if you bet the over-under, bet the under on the 3rd ring. You're going to win that bet every single time. 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-PATRIOT. Tell them you want the Godzilla BOGO. You want the deal. Activation fee, $35. Promo code Godzilla waived. Better coverage, better service. Go to patriotmobile.com, promo code Godzilla. Okay, we're here with the DC Dispatch. Great to have you with us. I'm going to go my right to left, our esteemed panel. Maria Pickering is with us, former candidate for city council, longtime activist, engaged my son Joe at the victory party, telling him all about the history of the monuments. He thought that was very fascinating. He talked about you last night. And he said you were even talking to him on the elevator about it. So he was very impressed with that. Also, the one and only Terry Gilberg, former TV host, and now back as a TV host. Salem and what was it?
Clear Channel. Clear
Channel. And now you're back. Good to have you with us. The vice chair of the DC GOP and my political director, Christina Goodlander, soon hopefully to be the chairman of the party. I'll put that cat out of the bag because I don't care. And then also with us is the one and only Lindsay Rowland, who was a visionary who started DC America First, which is a brilliantly orchestrated organization that brings people together at Butterworth's, great place, and that was very visionary. So I got all the powerful women here, the movers and the shakers. Christina Goodlander, Vice Chair, DC GOP. What are the topics today?
Well, I think the topic that's been at the top of the headlines has been and believe it or not, because this is a new level of insanity, the algae in the reflecting pool. We've seen a new level of insanity from not just from DC's left-wing protesters who are walking around, grown adults in these inflatable frog costumes. Yes, really. Cheering for the algae because they would rather see our country fail than give the president a win. And we've also seen the mainstream media actually spending absurd amounts of resources and time and investigative journalism efforts to do water testing and to just talk about this algae in the reflecting pool, which to me is a fascinating sociological and anthropological phenomenon. But it's crazy. I mean, what do you guys think? Like, isn't this nuts?
I think this too shall pass.
Yes.
I really do. This is not a big deal. Obama had it. Every president had it, right? Because we live in a swamp, right? We're right next, and we work in a swamp, and we're right next to the Potomac. algae will be there no matter how many coverings that you have. It will pass. And as soon as more of the kickoff for July 4th happens, although it did start last night, this algae thing will be gone. It won't make the headlines. Other things will make the headlines, including something that's happening this Saturday. If any of you are coming out from wherever USA, there is the big barbecue this Saturday. And that is just going to be awesome. Huge, 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 huge barbecue. Smiles and sauces and all kinds of meats and foods. Algae will be history.
Well, I tell you what, get over here to Lindsay for a second. I was in the Oval Office yesterday. I asked that question about the price gouging in oil, but somebody asked them about the reflecting pool, which seems to be Trump derangement syndrome ground zero. But the president spent at least 10 minutes walking everybody through the vandalism that they say they have video of, that somebody went in there with a box cutter or knife cutter, cut the lining 200, 300 feet, he said, and then were peeling the paint off so it floated up. He said they have evidence of someone else getting there in the middle of the night at 2 a.m. and dumping something in the pool, perhaps fertilizer or something else. And he said they've made, what did he say? They made 6 arrests, 5 or 6 arrests. They got 7 people under investigation.
Yeah.
They got a plate there looking for the people. But the other thing he said, Lindsay, and I forgot about this, he said during Trump 1, he signed a federal bill into law. And then I remembered it. If you deface federal property, any vandalism, any defacing, 10 years minimum.
Minimum, yeah.
No parole,
Right.
no good behavior, no ankle bracelet. You're doing 10 before you get out. And he said, I don't think these people that are doing this understood they're facing 10 years in a federal prison for defacing federal property. Roland, what is your reaction to that?
Well, I mean, this is serious. That is a long time, but these are serious accusations. I mean, at the end of the day, Trump has put a lot of time into fixing things, and that pool is not easy to fix. I mean, it's not easy to do the job that has been done, especially on the expedited schedule. And so if you have to arrest 6 people and throw the book at them, it's best to do it now before everyone gets in town. Hopefully the people coming to D.C. for 250th will be here to celebrate America, but you'll always have your 1s and your 2s. So I think it's great that they're making arrests right now, and we can squash this before everyone gets here to enjoy the festivities.
I think what's also interesting about that, to your point, is if these cases get to Jeanine Pirro, we'll really know who the defendants are. And she will prosecute, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
And I agree with you all. This too shall pass. We started the Great American State Fair last night, and President Trump, of course, spoke at that. And justifiably, he's proud of what he's done with the city. I mean, he's cleaned up the reflecting pool for a fraction of the cost that other administrations would have spent, and a fraction of the time, because he knows what he's doing. It's unfortunate that there are people who would choose to deface it, but I think that's, in the long run, not going to take away from the celebration of America 250. People come to Washington to see our monuments, to see the beautiful spaces, to participate in this year the Great American State Fair, and we'll have the greatest fireworks ever on the 4th of July. So there's a lot to celebrate and lots to see here. And we've talked about the fact that many people live here. We've raised our families here. So in some cases, people will celebrate in their neighborhoods. We have a couple of great neighborhood parades. If you don't want to go down to the mall, we have the parade in front of the Marine Barracks on 8th Street, and then we have the Palisades Citizens Association Parade in Northwest Washington, which is a real down-home event. We all end up at the playground, and the Lions give us hot dogs and lemonade and watermelon and moon bounces. So it's very, very down-home, and we have the best of both worlds. We have our sort of hometown celebrations in the neighborhoods, or we have the grand spaces on the mall that thankfully President Trump has helped clean up. So there's lots to see. So if you all are coming from out of town, come and enjoy our beautiful spaces.
And we have great neighborhood fireworks as well.
Yes, we do.
It's especially my old neighborhood. I lived for a long time in the H Street corridor, and after the official fireworks, the teenagers in the neighborhood would light the sky up for 2 hours. It was great.
And you know what I noticed last night? Speaking of which, fireworks, you look up, right? All of the people that are looking down into the algae, if they just looked up and saw five flyovers last night, 5, it was incredible. Incredible. And those flyovers, John, they were going slow.
Yeah.
They were going slow. I mean, in a New York minute, you go, where's that noise? And you try to get your phone out and you try to capture it, and it's gone. And they were going slow.
Yeah. So
really tremendous. All the eyes went from the algae and looked up.
The state fair is going to be so cool. Almost all 50 states represented. It's going to be plenty of food, and people are going to be in a celebratory mood. And, you know, the president's taken great pride in Washington, D.C. Again, yesterday, unprompted, he spent 10 minutes talking about the incredible differences he's made in D.C. since he's taken it over. Talked about crime down, talked about, you know, he used my line, which we know they pay attention, because he said, I've created it's exactly what I've been saying for 12 months. He said, we have the safest, most beautiful, cleanest city in America. He said, and then he said, maybe the world. So he's very proud of it. And it's going to be interesting, Christina Goodlander, to see what happens when the communists take over, who ran an entire campaign on unraveling everything he's done.
Yes, they don't have any real policies that would actually help people. So all they talk about is how they're going to be the hashtag resistance, and they're going to go out and they're bang their pots and pans every night at 7 p.m. When really, if you look at what they actually want to do, it would bankrupt this city like we did in the 90s. And I think that really would lead to more federal oversight of our nation's capital, because President Trump has made us safe. He's made us beautiful. But really what this city should also be is, as we've talked about, a shining city on the hill, right? We should have the best schools in the country. We should have the best public safety. We should have the best local economy, the best climate for our citizens, for Washingtonians to be able to pursue the American dream. That's really what we need our nation's capital to be. And it's all of us together doing it. And it requires a local government that is not run by a bunch of comrades who just want to destroy everything. So I suspect after this Mamdani style socialist takes office, probably there'd be more federal intervention in our city.
You think home rule?
I think it's gone.
A thing of the past?
I think it's gone. Yeah.
When?
I think he'll make a move to do that in the lame duck session, regardless of the outcome. Certainly, if the Republicans win, he might wait. But if it's very, 1 or 2 votes, or some are hanging in the balance, or they're waiting for mail-in ballots in California or something for 6 weeks. But I think he'll go to move it, because look, incoming mayor, and the council, right? Silverman. If anybody's unfamiliar with this, the communist takeover in Washington, D.C. is real. It just happened a week ago. Yeah. This is real. And all they ran on was stop Trump, free D.C., get rid of the National Guard, tents back in parks, garbage all over the place. We'd rather live in squalor and filth and cleanliness. I mean, they didn't say that, but that's what their policies are. I don't think Trump is going to allow that to happen. He takes so much pride in this city. I don't see it.
If Janice wins,
well, she's going to win.
They're going to butt heads, right?
Well, the statistics on the primary are interesting, because only 31% of registered voters voted in the primary. Okay, so the communists got in with a very low voter turnout, but this means they turned out their cuckoo base. So if the opposition comes through with enough people who will oppose that, then there's some hope. But we are a constitutionally mandated federal district. We were never intended to be a state, and President Trump would certainly be within his rights to pull home rule, just like we did in the 90s when we had our drug addict mayor running amok. And now we've got, commies threatening to to do the city in. This is not what we want. If people want some good reading, I suggest Red Famine and Gulag by Anne Applebaum. This tells you who these people are. Okay, they murder their own. Well, Red Famine is about the murders of millions of people in Ukraine, which is a fertile land and a breadbasket. I mean, only communists can screw things up that badly. Okay, people need to be aware of this. For some reason, they're not teaching this in our public schools, but anybody who knows the history of communism knows that it does not serve the people well, especially the, quote, poor, oppressed people that they claim to represent and love.
Can you imagine the riots that would go on here if Congress actually got rid of home rule, like before Thanksgiving or something? They would go nuts, because they wouldn't be able to take office. It would be gone. I mean, all of their positions would be eliminated. Didn't they do something, Christina Goodlander, in the 90s, where they didn't get rid of home rule, but they put a federal commission in that ran the city?
So it was called a control board. So if you speak to 3 different DC Republicans, you'll get 10 different opinions about what the political status of our nation's capital should be, right? Because within our local Republican community, we actually have Republicans locally who support DC statehood, which I think is insane. Our current party chair was a longtime supporter of DC statehood. All the way down to the people who think that we should completely scrap home rule and have Congress directly run our city. Personally, where I fall is I like the idea of home rule, right? Because I grew up in New Hampshire, which, if you're not familiar with how New Hampshire works, you still have towns where everybody in the town has a town meeting and they'll spend all night debating a $15 line item in the town budget. I personally think, as much as we can, I love the idea. It's the spirit of America, right? It's pushing decisions down to be made as close to the people who actually have to live with those decisions as possible. So I love the idea of home rule, but at the same time, as Washingtonians, as guardians and custodians of our nation's capital, we have a responsibility to deliver good governance and to make this city a shining city on the hill. And
that's the priority.
That's the priority. That's kind of the operative first principle here, which is that a great nation needs a great capital city.
So what should
we've fallen down on the job?
Let me put you on the spot. So what should be the position of the official position of the Republican Party of Washington, D.C.? What should be the D.C. GOP's position on this?
Our position has always...
If you were chairman, what would your position be on this?
I mean, if I were chairman, we'd actually have a discussion and we would decide as a party we would
like a dialogue.
Yeah, we would actually
people would have a meeting.
We'd all talk together. But look, the party's position has been that DC statehood is unconstitutional, right? And there are a range of different opinions. My personal position is this is a federal district and there should be federal oversight. What that looks like, we can talk about the details, but it's become very clear with what these incoming communists, what Comrade Janice wants to do, would get in the way of actually having a great capital city. So there will need to be some more federal intervention.
I just think that the Republican Party needs to step up, be something, come in, not just discussions, but look exactly how home rule has operated for the last, decade, 20 years, and say, here's where it's wrong. Here's what we have to do. And have an allegiance toward the federal government, because after all, this is federal land. It's home governance, right, but it's federal land, which trumps home governance. And one of the motivations, at least in my mind, for President Trump has been, especially 2.0, he comes in and he looks over the landscape of this town and he goes, home rule doesn't work. Mm-hmm. Look at the crime, look at the filth, look at the homelessness, look at the rats. Let's not forget those rats. And therefore, I'm going to do it. And I think that being a shining city on the hill, I love the idea, like you do, of home rule. But when home rule doesn't function, maybe it should be gone. Although I particularly think the Republicans need to step up, work with this administration, and maybe push them back just a little bit and say, we are going to help with home rule by squashing some of these terrible policies from the Democrats. Terrible.
And one of the indicators of their terrible policies is the fiscal insanity and
That's
the fact
right.
that we have a budget shortfall. Okay, again, if we're going to be a shining city on the hill, we ought to be well managed, and we ought to show, fiscal responsibility. We spend more money per student than almost any jurisdiction in the country, and we do not get a return on investment as citizens. And we have bloat in the bureaucracy. We don't have a revenue problem. We have a spending problem. If you look at the structure of the city government, I mean, there are deputy mayors for this, that, and the other thing. They have stuff in a bazillion languages. I'm sorry, this is the United States of America. I thought English was the lingua franca here. Okay. Why do we have, things printed up in dozens of languages? I mean, I know we have the diplomatic community, but that's a separate issue. But fiscal responsibility should be a hallmark of competent governance and of competent home rule. And that hasn't been the case. We've got a budget that includes a shortfall of, money that we don't have. Small businesses are being encouraged to leave the jurisdiction because of the regulations that are not friendly to small business. I personally have had an HVAC contractor who will no longer come to my house. They say, "Oh no, we don't come to the district anymore
because small business is squashed.
Because small business is the regulations are unfriendly to small businesses. So we need a major shakeup, and we need to lead by example, and having a budget, a well-managed budget, and a well-managed city would be the way to go.
And we need to have truly competitive general elections. And as Republicans, we need to step up our game, and we need to not accept 7% of the vote. We need to run candidates who can run serious campaigns and who can change the narrative and actually start winning.
And I think this irresponsible budget will work in our advantage because it will just give Trump more reason to take over with the federal government, because it is irresponsible. And like Maria said, that we are spending per student a lot of money. And I have a relative who just moved back here and was looking for schools for a 3-year-old. And there's definitely a large curve of what schools do have better scores and which ones don't. And so
that's true.
and then with the lottery, you have the whole, are you going to get the school that you want? And I'm not opposed to the lottery, but I definitely think that there's a lot that needs to be done with the school system. So yeah, I think that this budget, it's great because it's just more excuse for the federal takeover.
Get the money to balance it, right?
Well, that's a great question.
Where are they going to get the money?
They've been overspending their budget. So not only do we have the highest budgeted amount of spending per capita of any jurisdiction in the U.S., moreover, our government agencies in D.C. overspend their budgets all the time. They tap into reserves. So we do have a rainy day fund in D.C., so they want to tap this rainy day fund.
And that's the whole idea, right?
Right, but
the rainy day fund is supposed to be for a rainy day.
Right.
It's a reserve fund, and I think they're walking on thin ice to do that.
Absolutely.
It's either reserve or it's not.
Yeah.
And Mendelson was saying, one of the city councilors was saying, "Oh yeah, it's not too bad. We're going to replace it." Yeah, that's a slippery slope. Mm-hmm. I always think when people talk like that, that is a slippery slope. I think he needs to zip it and hold steadfast to the reserve is the reserve for a truly rainy day fund. Really a rainy day fund. But this almost double dipping, right?
Right. And the way that they want to replenish it would actually further kill the economy in this city, because they want to. There's been a proposal by Brandon Nadeau, who's one of the moderate communists now on the DC
moderate
Council.
Comrades.
One of the moderate comrades now, which is, man, dude. So Brandon Doe's policy would basically impose a new capital gains tax on all real estate sales that would take effect immediately. So if you're selling your home or buying a new home, you'll all of a sudden have this new massive tax bill that you can't plan for and you can't budget for it. And that would really cool down the residential real estate market, which is a big part of our local economy.
Have they figured out what our local taxes are yet?
No.
Like, did you all file an extension? Like, we filed an extension. We don't know. Well, because we're not going to pay something we don't have to pay and then wait till we're dead for a refund. So, I mean, where are they getting the money? Because you're supposed to get the one big beautiful bill, no tax on tips, overtime, et cetera, Social Security, which I qualify for, not tipping my age. But we filed an extension because we don't know what to pay. Like our account was like, I have no idea what's going to happen. And the federal government is saying that they have no jurisdiction. And our attorney general said, well, they missed the vote by an hour or something. The hell's going on?
Lack of Republican leadership locally.
I mean, look, like what they're going to do is run up the credit cards, and then our credit rating is going to tank like it did in the 90s with our crackhead mayor. And in the 90s, Bill Clinton had no choice but to put a control board on this city. And
did he get pushback when he did that?
Not very much, because even Democrats in DC understood that this was insane. DC's credit rating tanked. We couldn't borrow money. It was bad.
It didn't help to have a crackhead Marion Barry at the helm.
Yeah, but he was a great mayor.
Yeah, people liked it. Well,
people loved him.
People loved
He's a great mayor.
He kept giving people turkeys at Thanksgiving, so they'd vote for him.
People loved him, but he did run our city's finances.
Communists loved him.
The
socialist communists loved him.
Before the socialists, this was more a different kind of vibe. But no, now we have communists.
Well, it was
which is terrible because communism is the most murderous ideology in human history.
Unbelievable.
And they're also irresponsible.
Yeah.
They are fiscally irresponsible. There's a new fee if you go out to a restaurant. We last weekend went to a restaurant. There's a 6% Initiative 82 fee. I said, what is that?
What?
Oh, yes. Take a look at your bill. Well, I asked at this restaurant in my neighborhood, I said, what is that? Oh, it's now the law. I said, well, what is that? Well, you look up the law. Initiative 82 was to try to raise the wages of people in the service industry, waiters, waitresses, busboys, and people who work in restaurants. And so it's 6% on top of your already fairly high bill. Oh, because everything is so expensive. Otherwise, we'd have to raise. Well, the bottom line is the customer ends up paying more anyway.
Do they put that as a separate line item?
Yes, it's a separate line item.
Start looking at
Initiative 82 was a referendum, just
Yes.
to get into the insanity of these kind of champagne socialists or the Maserati Maoists, as sometimes you call them. Initiative 82 was a ballot initiative in DC that would basically raise, because certain people in the US have this view that we should not have tipping in restaurants, right? That all of our restaurants should run the way that they do things in Europe, where you pay a salary to restaurant workers and there's no tipping culture. But that's not what the culture in the US is, right? Like DC is the capital of the United States of America. We have a way that our restaurants run, which works pretty well for a lot of restaurants. But you had some people in DC who passed this initiative that basically would raise the minimum wage for restaurant servers and eliminate tipping. But the bottom line is that most people who actually work as restaurant servers vehemently opposed this initiative, right? Because DC restaurant workers make good money. Like if you're a server in a high-end restaurant in DC, you're pulling down six figures.
Yeah, big time.
Yeah, and even before, I mean, I was, they didn't call us servers. I was called a waitress. I waitressed in a number of restaurants, from coffee shops to high-end restaurants, among other things. Yes.
Did you get good tips?
Yeah. I got very good tips because I worked hard.
But it also depends on where you're working.
And where you're working.
And the whole tip idea, in some respects, I am not for tipping in this regard. I'm more of the European system. And yes, I have worked in restaurants, and I've been a bartender and a waitress, because the bottom line is that it's kind of unfair and there's not equal opportunity. Many times, very young people, very attractive people get the top restaurants, right? They apply there. They don't apply to the McDonald's and the other restaurants. And there's a favoritism for young, healthy, good-looking, effervescent, outgoing young people. And the employer relies on the customer to actually pay that salary. And it can be very, very arbitrary, and it can be very unfair.
Well, but most of the young people don't stay in those positions for their career. again, look to my own example. I started out at a coffee shop. I was there, and this is in Boston a long time ago. I was at the coffee shop for a few months. I got a better gig at a private club. Then I got an even better gig at a top of the line restaurant. Oh my gosh, I thought I was in high heaven. I was making what was then considered very, very good money. I could afford to buy myself
But
two
the
pair of new
busboy
shoes
is
at
not.
a time.
The busboy is not. And then
No.
the busboys often rely on you to tip
to
them
share
out.
tips, right.
And that
We
can
used
be
to do
really dicey.
Well, no, but the restaurant takes it out. I mean, who tips cash anymore? Very few people
Well,
tip
that's
cash.
true.
Right?
That's
I
true.
mean, it's like
These are more
I
the
can't
cash
remember the
days.
last time I
No,
tipped
good
cash.
point. Fair point.
So I think that's a bygone era. I don't agree with you on that. But what I want to get to is now they changed the. This is unbelievable. So now they changed the law. They changed the voting law, or they're trying to do it in 28. To right now we have registered Democrats and registered Republicans, and then independents. Right.
Mhm.
So it's all mail-in ballots. So
and libertarians and state
right.
a few of those.
Right,
yes,
they got the
yes.
so
Uh-huh.
they do mail-out ballots. So the Republicans get the Republican ballot, the Democrats get the Democrat ballot.
Mm-hmm.
Now they want to let independents, and they just voted on this past 9-2. They want to let independents vote in the primary of their choice.
Mm-hmm.
So now party registration becomes less meaningful.
Right.
But then the question is, who do you mail the ballot to? If you're mailing them out, like in a regular system where you have that, like Georgia, for instance, you go in and you say, you put your name, you say, I want a Republican ballot. They give you a Republican ballot, and then you can't vote for the Democrat in the runoff, vice versa. But here they mail them out. So how do they determine who's going to get what ballot? And then why should independents be voting in proprietary Republican Party offices like ward chairman? I don't want a Democrat voting for me for Republican ward chairman or an independent. That's insane.
The independents should work their own party, right?
Well, or just not.
They should build up
if
their
they
own
want to
party.
vote in a Democratic primary, register as a Democrat.
Right.
Well,
if
that's
you want
right.
to be a Democrat, then be a Democrat. If
So
you
how
want
is this
be a
going to work?
Republican-
And they just passed it. How does this? Why did they do it, Christina? And how's it going to work?
I think we haven't seen a lot of details for how it's going to work, but why they did
won't.
it. So no party unaffiliated voters, as we call them, or independents, are about 18% of the electorate in DC. So there's an argument that was made, and I reject this argument, but the argument that some people are making is that whoever wins the Democratic primary will take office and that the general election is a formality. Now, I reject that, and I think as Republicans, we need to make a sustained and effective and impactful effort to make that not the case, right? Because we need to actually have competitive general elections. But you have some people who are independents in this city who've pushed the view that the primary is the only meaningful election, the Democratic primary, and that therefore the registered independents should be able to vote in this primary as a matter of exercising their democratic rights. Now, again, I think that's absurd because we have general elections. And if you believe that it's important for independents to have a voice, then run independent candidates who are actually independent, right?
And support an
And
independent
run an
party.
independent
And
candidate for
register.
mayor.
Green party.
There is no
And-
registered independent party, with all due respect.
Work your party.
Well, it doesn't
Yeah.
have to be a
That's your
party. You
point.
can
Or
just,
even just
you
as
can
a fast and
get
loose
the
coalition,
signatures
yeah.
and get on the ballot.
Affiliated.
Get on the
That's
ballot,
right.
make a
That's
competitive
true.
general
But how do
election.
they navigate through? I mean, logistically, and I'm for party registration, 100%.
Oh, me too.
Yes.
Right?
Me too.
And I know Republicans that have registered in this city as Democrats to have a say in what goes on because Republicans get 7% of the vote. So we got that going on. But who are you going to mail? If you have a mail-out ballot system, who are you going to mail the ballots
It's goofy.
to?
It's totally goofy.
It doesn't make any sense. I mean, you're going to have to identify. People are going to have to what? Now say, I want a Republican ballot or a Democrat ballot. And how do they do that?
They'll probably just mail every ballot to every independent now. Who knows?
Both ballots.
I don't know how
that would
they'll
make
actually do this, but I mean, at the end of the day, it's insane that they just
Everything they
automatically
do is
mail a
insane.
ballot to everybody. That's not how this should work.
Well, exactly.
It's just a way to get a vote grab, and with the idea that the Democrats will get more votes. That's
Now,
the idea behind it.
The argument, and I will red team this a bit. The argument that could be a positive argument for this is that a lot of the moderate Democrats have said that if the independent voters had been able to vote in this slugfest between Comrade Janice Lewis George, who won the Democrat primary, and Kenyon McDuffie, kind of the so-called moderate progressive,
Right.
that perhaps Kenyon could have won this primary. I still think that's not the case because it was such a blowout, but that is one argument that is being made for this.
I agree
that it
with
could
Goodland.
moderate the Democratic Party, and that it could kind of stem the rise of socialism and the so-called democratic
She would have won
socialism.
anyway.
She would have won anyway. The DSA is like in their base killing their dudes, right? It's somebody, who was it? Jamie Harrison, the former chair of the Democratic National Committee, tried to make this polite request that was basically said, if you hate the Democratic Party so much, like, please don't use our resources, please don't take our volunteers, please don't do all of that, because you have these DSA aligned candidates, Democratic Socialists, who are using the Democratic Party's infrastructure to try and destroy the party from within. And I mean, that's not good from the standpoint of...
You got to build up the party. That's the bottom line
Yeah,
at the top of the
but
page.
the socialists are in their base
party.
killing their
If you're an
dudes.
independent, be independent. That's your party. Register independent. Get an independent ballot. Don't just get a ballot in the mail.
Just
and
get
then,
an independent candidate.
Well, that's right.
Could an independent, if somebody ran against Lewis George as an independent candidate, they couldn't win either. I mean, she's going to win. Even if you get an independent that files, I don't know what the filing deadline is, she's going to get 90% of the vote. I mean, she's going to be the next mayor.
Well, that's right.
There's nothing we can do about it.
Well, she won the primary with 31% of registered voters turning out. Okay, so this was a low voter turnout, and this has been the case in our elections, even in general elections, in presidential election years. We rarely have more than 65% of voter turnout citywide. So there is progress to be made if you have a strong candidate with the right message who can get voters to turn out for them. It should be low-hanging fruit. It should be in some of the wards.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Janice did not carry Ward 3. Her opponent won in Ward 3, but she won in all of the other wards in the primary. But the bottom line is it was still citywide a very low voter turnout, which meant people sort of threw up their hands and said, why bother, even with the mail-in balloting? Okay, you would think the mail-in balloting would have resulted in a higher voter count.
Well, a higher Democrat.
But it did not.
What was the turnout among the registered Democrats? That's really the key. You've got 30% citywide.
It was around 30% because Republican turnout was around 11-12%. They're still tabulating.
That's pretty high.
Numbers. It's normal. It's like that's how it has been the last couple of cycles.
So 33% of registered Democrats voted in the Democrat primary who received a mail-in ballot. So 67, 2 out of every 3 people threw the mail-in ballot in the garbage.
Let me just pull up. I mean,
is that right?
Yeah. Well, some of this
one could say.
I mean, all you got to do is fill out the ballot and drop in the mailbox.
I mean, look, some of this was the ranked choice, right? Because that confused a lot of voters. Right now, I'm just pulling out the turnout statistics so that we can see. Okay, citywide turnout was 31.91%.
Okay.
But filters by party. I love the DC Board of Elections website. Democrat turnout was around 39%.
That's higher.
Okay.
That's higher.
Yeah, so 40%. But still, 60% of registered Democrats didn't bother to put the ballot in the mailbox. They just drop in the mailbox.
Yes,
I mean, that's the purpose of the mail-in ballot, is to get everybody to vote. All you got to do is put it in the mailbox.
I think voters are confused. I mean, it's so wonky anymore.
The ranked choice was I have a good friend. Yeah. I have a good friend who's a poll worker, and she said that a lot of the voters who came in just gave up, right? Because they would fill out the ranked choice ballot. The machine would reject it because they didn't rank it properly, and that they would try 2 or 3 times and just give up.
Right.
Because
it's confusing.
Ranked choice voting as implemented in DC was just confusing for voters and
absolutely
not well managed.
Nothing here is well managed.
Much less people who don't vote.
What'd you guys think? What'd you guys think? Let's get to Lindsay. What'd you think of the communists winning in New York City and blowing out the Democratic Party? What did you think of that?
I mean, it really wasn't surprising. Did we think it was going to go any other way?
I think the margin of their victories was surprising
Really?
to me. Yeah, I didn't expect communists getting 65% of the vote over Democrat incumbents that have been there for 10 years. I mean, the one guy represented the Hispanic caucus, and he got blown out 2-1. 10 years. How the hell's that happen?
Yeah,
right?
That's surprising.
We have to stop this. This is the thing, because normal people see this and they think, oh, that's cute. Socialism sounds nice. But again, this leads to the most murderous ideology in human history.
It's the drumbeat.
It's
the drumbeat that's happening.
We need to stop the rise of socialism in this country.
Well,
it's communism. It's not even socialism.
It's beyond that. But the drip, drip, drip happens through socialism. And then we're dripping more. And then it's like the frog that goes into the hot boiling water. It's little by little by little by little by little, because the kissing cousin to communism is socialism. Let's face it.
Exactly. Yeah.
So the Democrats around the country that are saying they don't want to celebrate our 250-year anniversary, that they don't feel that the country is on the right path, they don't feel that they belong here, or that it was stolen from indigenous peoples, or whatever they say. Yet you're going to see in D.C. this outpouring of love and affection for our country from all over the United States coming here. How are the Democrats going to reconcile their position that we're a bastard country that's not worthy? Like, how do they do that when so many people are going to come here in a celebratory mood?
They're going to stay home. They're going to moan and complain.
This is the difficulty that some Democrats have, right? Because you do have a lot of Democrats who are patriots, who love this country, who believe, as we do, that the American project is fundamentally good and that we're a good country.
Mm-hmm.
But they are under assault from within their party.
That's right.
And I think that they need to develop the skills to fight this within their own party. We need to fight it as Republicans.
Mm-hmm.
And the Democrats who are patriots need to step up.
Yeah, and I think also it's a good conversation to have because you can't connect 250 with Trump. I mean, just because Trump is in office, it is still our 250th celebration. And I was talking to my neighbor about this, and I said we should go check out the festivities, the fair on the mall. And she's like, "No, I'm not a Trump supporter. We can't do that." And I was like, "But I was surprised." And she's a teacher in DC, and a lovely lady. We're like, we garden together. She's great, but I just was surprised to hear that 250 equaled Trump, and it doesn't have to.
No.
And for you to celebrate your country, we don't need to put Trump in the equation. And thank goodness that Trump is doing such a great celebration. But those two things need to be not considered in the same, in the same basket. If it's because you do not like Trump, that is not a reason not to celebrate.
No, we should love our country.
Right.
And as a teacher, and thank you for mentioning that, our teachers should be teaching civics and history again, and love of country, and why this country is great, and why this country has created more prosperity for more people than any country in the world ever. Okay, that's a lot to celebrate. We are problem solvers. We are people who inherited a tremendous legal system from the British. Okay, we would not have the town halls you're talking about in New Hampshire without the Magna Carta, without the precedent that law and justice should be administered at the lowest level possible. That's a very unusual concept in the world. Without the thinking that we should have the rights to the fruits of our labor, intellectual property. If you invent something, you get to benefit from that, and so do your neighbors and your fellow countrymen in the whole world. Look at the things that Americans have invented, from the medical field to agriculture to communications technology. Our country has been the shining beacon on the hill since its founding because of the freedoms that we have as a result of the Constitution. This is what we should all be celebrating regardless of who's in office, and we should be aware that this is a good country. Yes, no place on earth is perfect, but if these people are so unhappy, well, why aren't they moving to Venezuela, Cuba, Ukraine, China,
they're moving to Florida.
Exactly. They're moving to Florida, but part of the United States where there are freedoms, and where we have grocery stores full of products, unlike in communist Poland, where you had to stand in line from 4 a.m. for your daily bread, and you were lucky if there was daily bread in the grocery store when you got there. This is what communism brings. It brings misery and death, and a death of freedom. It does not bring prosperity.
I mean, look at all of these. Look at all these foreign visitors on the FIFA Cup.
Exactly.
Right? And you see them all over the internet saying, "I can't believe how beautiful this country is."
They love it here.
They drank all the beer in Boston.
It's prosperity. It's happiness. It's faith, family, freedom.
And that's another thing too. We are celebrating the Revolutionary War in the sense that we broke from that dominance and that dependency. We are celebrating freedom. We are celebrating individual rights. We are celebrating God-given rights. We are celebrating work, because once you break from that British Empire, it's on you and you and me and you and you and all of us, our ancestors. There is a theory out there, I learned it in college, that there are great superpowers. I don't necessarily agree with this theory, but here's the theory. Great superpowers that go only 250 years and then they go, and they look at the Roman Empire, they look at the British Empire, and superpowers that kind of run out of gas in 250 years. Well, we're at that 250 years, folks. We're at that 250 years. Are we going to run out of gas? The answer is no, because our Constitution is particularly unique.
Yes.
We're a different
And that's
kind of
why
superpower.
we are a different kind of superpower. We should remember that. I forget the theorist. It was a political scientist, I think out of, I don't know, somewhere in Europe. But he made the theory, and so do historians, that superpowers run out of gas, partly because they are so overextended, as in the Roman Empire and the British Empire with colonization.
Well, that's what we're trying to get out of.
That's not us.
To what Lindsay said earlier, it's just sad that somebody would say, "I'm not." I was kind of thinking about your friend, right? How sad is it to say, "I'm not going to participate in the celebration of my free and wonderful and beautiful country because I don't like the president"? Like, what has that got to do with it? Presidents come and go.
It seemed to be the general consensus at the table when we were talking. So, because
like
I
everybody.
am the only Republican. There's like 5 of us that hang out. I'm the only Republican at the table, which I take a lot of shit for, but I don't really care. But yeah, that seemed to be that no one was engaging in any sort of activity for the 250th. So
because of who sits in the
because
Oval
of who
Office.
sits in office.
Nutty.
Yes.
So that's
To deprive
insane.
I think that's a DC pathology, though.
That's insane.
'Cause my family in New Hampshire are all lighting up the sky with fireworks, and they're all Democrats.
They're all Democrats.
Oh yeah, I think it's a DC.
Yeah.
They're celebrating
That's
freedom.
an interesting thing. It's a DC
It's a
thing.
DC.
I think
And
it's
why
a
do they
DC
do-
pathology.
Like, I don't understand if I can for the life of me, guys. I've been here 18 months. I don't understand the city, like why people are so upset when your quality of life has gone up dramatically since President Trump has been here. How are you not happy? Life is dramatically better on every
They
possible
don't want to
front.
admit it.
But
They
why are
sunk
they
their
so
heels
miserable?
into being anti-Trump. So they have
But
to
your
hold
life is
on to
better.
It's not rational, John.
It's not rational. Trump
not
derangement
rational.
syndrome is real.
Is real.
unfortunately.
They're so
Yeah,
brainwashed.
it's
And the
exhausting.
communists are using this again, like they're in the Democrats' base killing
That's
their
right.
dudes. The communists are using this to get their candidates wearing the DSA, Democratic Socialist, whatever banner in, and this is not going anywhere good. This is a bad trajectory. We got to fight this, but America will prevail.
Yeah.
I believe in this country.
It too shall pass.
Yes,
So
and
what
your-
if we
and
got
your
rid of-
friends should be teaching the history of our country.
Well,
I don't
I-
know what subject matter your friend teaches, but history and civics and just the facts would be a nice start in our public schools.
Well, we were having this
crazy.
discussion too. I don't know where I've been, but I did not realize that we don't do the Pledge of Allegiance anymore in schools. I did not know this was a thing.
Oh,
I must have
yes.
missed the boat on this, and I think they still do in Ohio. I'm not sure. But she was telling me how they don't do the Pledge of Allegiance in the DC schools, and I was just like, I like having this
Why
conversation
not?
with you that you don't want to celebrate America's birthday, and you don't say and I'm just thinking to myself, like, and she's a DCer, she's from DC, she's been here forever. But it was just kind of just like, wow, I guess you're not celebrating the 250th, but I am. Yeah.
Because you're celebrating freedom. and lack
And
of
I'm celebrating
dependency.
Trump too. If I want to put Trump and 250
But,
together,
but
that's
tell
me.
your friend,
But-
celebrate freedom with me.
So, and her dad is a veteran. So
And the
I
Washington
don't-
Monument is going to look like a big candle.
It's going
a
to be
birthday
exciting.
candle. Did you know that?
It's going to be great, and I hope
We can
all of
see
you
it out
guys
the
come
window.
to DC for America 250. Everybody, all of the listeners of the show, come to DC because it's going to be great.
And all the police can handle it. I've already talked to them. National
be a
Guard is
party.
there for safety. It's all ready.
Is our next show July 3?
Hey, that's a
July
good
2.
date.
July
Is
2.
it July 2?
Is that a Thursday? Because we're off on Friday. Yeah. All right. Well, guys, thanks for being with another episode of DC Dispatch. This is my favorite hour of the week. I look forward to this. I want to thank our executive producer, Dan Hobgood, for putting this together, and Ryan Hammond in the house. Ryan, I've been trying to get you for 4 years. So this is why I've been trying to get him. He's so good. Thank you, Ryan, for being here. And I want to thank our DC Dispatch Brain Trust, Lindsay Rowland of DC AF America First, a visionary, the vice chair of the DC GOP, Christina Goodlander, my political director here in DC, brilliant woman. Terry Gilberg needs no introduction, radio and TV show host. You can see how good she is here. And the one and only, got to say her name right, Maria Pickering. I got it written right there, Maria. Activist. By the way, I saw you in church on Sunday for Father's Day. You were up in the front. We were on the other side.
Yes.
Saw
It's a
you in
beautiful
St.
service.
Wasn't that a beautiful
Yes.
service?
Yes.
I'm such a St. Anne's man. I love the best thing about St. Anne's is the massive crucifix when you first walk in. You can't help but fixate on that if you're a Catholic. But it was a great service for Father's Day. Normally we go Saturday night, but it was Father's Day.
It was a wonderful service. I
My
hope
Father's Day, so my son was like, "Hey, let's go to church on Sunday." So I'm like, "Okay, we're good." We will be back tomorrow. I'm going to be live at Colonial Downs Racetrack, where I'm heading it for opening day, post time 12:30, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, right through the summer, today through September 7th. And of course, Ann and I are going to be there. We'll be live tomorrow from Colonial Downs in our suite. You can get my picks on GodzillaWins.com. Go to GodzillaWins.com. Let's talk more winners on GodzillaWins.com. Thanks for being with us today. We'll see you tomorrow. Michael Patrick Leahy coming up.